Welcome. Welcome to the next level. Welcome to a new vibration. Allow this music to permeate your entire universe. You're listening to a track called Theta Waves. This is from one of our medicine music projects coming up soon. It's tuned to the sacred frequency of 432. Actually, this is 432.5. this frequency, this vibration, this tone, this sound, this energy, this field of vibration is where meditation happens in the theta state. The state of theta state is when you're in between sleeping and awake, in between going and coming, in between up and down, in between, in the seam, in between yin and yang. It's the middle place. Close your eyes. Breathe deeply in through your nose and out through your mouth like you're whistling. As you inhale, you are energizing. As you exhale, you are releasing. So let's take deep, energizing breaths. And release all of the energy out that needs to be released through your exhale. Do that several times until you begin to slip into a place in between here and there. This is the theta zone. Relax your body. Start at your toes, at your feet. And relax. Relax. Relax your thighs, your calves, and your legs. Relax your pelvis, your hips, begin to relax your back, your spine. Relax your ribs, your stomach, your torso. Begin to relax your chest. Your breathing is slow and steady. Become aware of your body in a relaxed state. Relax your arms all the way down to your fingers, your wrist, your elbows. Your shoulders, the top of your back, just relax the back. Feel the music vibrating through your very essence. Relax your neck. Just imagine your throat, your vocal cords, and your jaw. Boy, does it need to be relaxed. Your temples, your ears, don't forget the ears. Relax your ears. And your head. Relax that head. All that thinking, let it go just for a minute. And allow yourself to be in this moment. In the theta state. In between things. Imagine the sun, even if you're inside or if it's cloudy or rainy, wherever you are, just imagine the sun shining down on you, raining down on you, radiating ions of electricity. And even if you're indoors, imagine your feet on the ground, reaching deep into the great core of Mother Earth. Allow this new sun, which is being born right now, to be born inside you, inside your solar plexus. Imagine you are being rejuvenated, resuscitated, recalibrated, recycled, reawakened, rewound into a space where you are totally in control of this moment, totally in this present, allowing this now time to hold you, to nurture you. This is a meditation that allows the sun, the electricity, the energy of the entire universe to fill your body. Hear the music of the theta waves as it begins to wash away all of the things that are no longer desired, no longer needed. Let it go. Let it go. Let it go. Just let go. Just let go. Just let go. Just let go. Any disagreeable feelings, let them go. Pain, imagine it's going away. Dis-ease for this moment is gone. Wherever you feel pain, wherever you feel distress and trauma, imagine you're raying. You're taking the sun's light and raying it, sending it into that place. You are the rays. You are raising your energy and allowing the rays of the sun to energize that part of you that may be in discomfort. Just for now. Just imagine. Let it go. 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 All right, folks, that's it for today. We'll see you again next time. Oh, no, just joking. Welcome, everyone. If you're here for the first time, let us know you're here for the first time. We are having an experience together. We're all connected. We are not separate. We were just told that we were separate. But the truth is, there is a non-local, subconscious connection between us all. There's a collective mind, a collective field that connects us. We're going to get into that today. And we're going to get into some things that may be a little challenging, but you may not have known. But it's all connected to who we are and who we're becoming. As we connect in the infinite mind, the oneness, as we share information that may be useful to you. And if it is, use it. If what you hear today is not useful to you, then let it go. If something doesn't share and connect with you, if it doesn't sit well, then let it go. It may not be for you. But it is part of the infinite mind, the Akasha, the universe, the omniverse. All things are, and all things are not. at the same time. If you're here, welcome. If you're here for the first time, we'd like to know that you're here for the first time. Can you put that in the chat, that you're here for the first time, and how you heard about this session? Did you hear about it from way back in the early 2000s when we were on Pico Boulevard in Los Angeles? Are you one of those who were at Elevation at its conception, its inception on Pico Boulevard, starting in 2004? Did you hear about it from our newsletter? Are you on our newsletter list? Did you hear about today from the Carl Nelson radio shows? Black Magic 363, did you hear about it there? One of the Billy Carson shows, or one of the many shows that we've done over the years. Is that how you got here? Or did you just find out because there was a notion, an emotion that led you here? If you're here for the first time, welcome. Get ready for an experience. Even I have no idea what is about to happen. I'm speaking today from the infinite mind. In fact, the track you're listening to in the background is called Infinite Mind. It is from my new project, a new project coming out soon called Allow. A musical adventure, an odyssey, a travesty of beautiful art and sound and waves of energy. So make sure you're on that email list at elevationtime.com so that you'll know when this project comes out. The first single is called The Sun. It's, I don't even know how to describe it. It's one of the, it's one of the best projects I've worked on. It has a lot of guest artists. It'll be out soon. It's a single called The Sun. It'll be an A and a B side. If you're on the email list, then you'll know about it. And today I'm going to take my time with this because the information that we will be speaking on today is very important. I have a very special message from the Council of Elders, the Galactic Council, has given me a message that I will be sharing over the next week or so. If you're a veteran, you've been here before, then let us know you've been here before. And where you are, let us know where you are in the world. I'd like to say that there are now folks who are with the family who have joined, who are from all over the world. Welcome, welcome, welcome from all over. The infinite mind. Have you heard of the infinite mind? Some of us think that we're separate and we got into this me thing. Mine, me. But there is an infinite mind that connects us all. We breathe the same air, don't we? We're breathing the same air in and out. The trees and the ocean makes oxygen. It takes our carbon dioxide, recycles it, cleans it up and sends it back out. But the molecules of everything are in everything, and everything is everything, and everything is made of the same particles of the things that are the everythings that we are made of. We are all part of the everyness. We are all part of this universe together. There is no separation. We only think and believe and have been eluded and excluded and divided ourselves into individuals when actually we are one. And there are aspects of us right now that are yelling out for energy. There are aspects of us right now that are going through pain. There are aspects of us that are going through turmoil, even in our own bodies, even in the body of earth, in the body of people. But we all feel everything, even if we've acted and we've got to this point where we don't think we feel it, but we feel it all. We feel it all. We feel the sun as it crosses the equator during the equinoxes. We all do. We feel the sun when it hits the equinoxes, when it goes all the way to the highest place as today, called the summer equinox in the northern hemisphere. And when the sun is at its lowest point, called the winter equinox, that's the summer equinox in the southern hemisphere. But wherever you are, you're being energized by the sun, even if it is cloudy. The sun's waves goes right through the clouds. Even though you can't see as much light, the energy of the sun is unstoppable. The energy of the stars is unstoppable. As you stand on this earth, as you stand on the great Mother Gaia, you are connected to this moment through her. She is what you stand on. She is the lowest vibration. She is the bass note, the lower frequency. She is the gravity that holds you here in this place, which is temporary. So don't think because you can't see the sun, and don't think because you're not standing on the actual earth that you're not, because everything is oneness. Yes. Feel the energy moving. The earth is speeding up its vibration. The sun, its vibration is speeding up. Feel it in your mind. Feel the original rhythms in your soul begin to move you. Feel your breath as you exhale and let go of all that you no longer need. Let go of the baggage. Let go of the past just for now. Feel the drums of creation. Feel the sounds of life. The rhythms of life. Know that you are here, showing up. Elevating. Rise, rise, rise. Rise above your lower emotions just for this moment. Allow the music to take you home. Home is inside of you. Home is wherever you go when you are being yourself. Take off the mask. Let it go, 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 let it go. Take off the mask. Let it go, let it go, let it go, let it go. Take off the mask. the sun rejuvenate you. Let the clouds of your mind move away. Let the drums help your rhythms of your cells, of your heart. Feel the drums. Feel the drums. Feel the drums of the solstice as the sun rises inside of your solar plexus. Feel the drum. Feel the sun. Feel the sun. Feel the sun. Feel the sun. Feel the earth, the moon, and the stars. Wake up, 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 wake up. Whew. I'm not sure what just happened. I'm not sure when just happened. It is. It is now. Some things that we don't plan them. That's what jazz music is all about. Improvisation in the moment. It just happens. We don't have to think about it and plan it. Planning and thinking, that's all up in the cortex. I mean, in the cranial brain, the frontal lobe, where cognition is at, and thinking and planning and figuring out. But when we drop into the heart is about now, this moment, feeling and allowing the feelings to help us celebrate the nowness. Wow. I'd like to welcome you all to this new place. Can you feel this new place? How many of you can feel the new dimension that was just created? Can you feel it? Everything just changed. I had a whole plan written out. How many of you had a whole plan written out? You've mapped out your journey and your trip. But when you get there, it's totally different. When we're really stiff, we resist the change. We resist things being different, which causes stress in a lot of people because when they get to wherever they're going, it's always different, isn't it? Have you noticed that wherever you're going in life, before you get there, you have an idea of where you're going, who you're going to meet, how it's going to look, the smell in the air, what you're going to experience. But when you get there, it's always different, isn't it? When we get in that flow state, that's when we allow the happening to happen. And we don't fight because it's different. That resistance, that fighting, that war that goes on in our heads when things are different than we thought they were going to be. When things change, when we thought things were going to stay the same. We live in a place called the temperate zone. Things are always changing. They're temporary. And it's challenging because we'd like to know what's going to happen. Our ego would like to know what is going to happen. That's why we try to go to school and, we get these degrees and because we want to know what's going to happen. We want to know we're going to have a job. We want to know that we're going to be able to take care of our families. And sometimes we get out of school and that thing that we went to school for doesn't even exist or no one cares. I remember I left Connecticut and went to California because I wanted to be a famous percussionist. I had my mindset, my drums were cleaned up. I had my practice in and I went to Los Angeles and it seemed like nobody cared about percussion. It seemed like on the East Coast, everybody had percussion. It was all about percussion on the road, in the studio, Everybody saw the importance of percussion, especially sounds that came from the motherland. The music, especially of the late 60s and 70s, most music had conga drums. Conga drums are all about information. They're message instruments. There's a language, and that language can be sent because of the shape of the drum through the forest. The conga drum, specifically conga drums, were made and created for messages. They were like, the cell phone, the internet. And you'd play the drums and they'd play certain rhythms and they'd have certain effects in the forest, and the forest would carry the sound through the hills and through the valleys, and it would hit another village, and that village would pick up the message. And if that message was for that village, it would stop there. But if that message was for all villages, then the second village would play the rhythm too and send that message to the next village and to the next village and to the next people and to the next people until everybody got the message. Congas. So all of the music that had congas was all about, let me write this note, sending a message and reminding people of the motherland, reminding people of their footing, reminding people that we are all connected in oneness. There was no separation. There was slight differences, but still we knew that we were all one. And we still are truly to this day. It's just that we live so much of in our cranial brains, and we live in this place where we want to know for sure. We assume that things are going to be the same. We assume that our friends are going to be there. We assume that when someone leaves, they're going to be coming back and we'll see them again. We assume that our relationships are going to be forever, till death does us part. And when it doesn't happen that way, we feel brokenhearted, mad and upset and angry because something that was never permanent was temporary. So it's about enjoying this particular moment because it's temporary. This talk that we're having today, this meeting, has never happened before. What we're sharing, what I'll be sharing today, which is coming through me, which is not just me, it is a message from the council. It's temporary. It's for you. If you're listening, if you're really listening, not just to what's coming out of Dr. B's mouth, but what you're feeling, because I cannot give you all of it. I cannot break it all down. It's too vast. It's too much. I am here too in the human body. So that means that even though you may be looking at me right now on YouTube, I'm really not here. I have issues and challenges. And this is not even happening in this moment. It already happened. It's in the past. But you get a chance to view it now in your world, in this nowness. But the message of the drums is being sent all over the world. The message of the sun is being sent all over the world right now. The prime creator is in everything. The universal God, which is everything. That means you're part of it too. You're not separate from it. This separation is the issue, and that's what we're going to be talking about today. But just know that there's a very special, unseen, non-local energy that connects us all. Why you keep talking about that, Doctor? Because this is extremely important for you to hear it from different angles. See, there is a boundless psychology of the mind. This is how distant healing works. This is how you can think about something or someone and all of a sudden they call or you see them. Because we're connected. The drum of nature, the drum of life connects us all. There's a rhythm. The earth is pulsing. Every tree has a heartbeat. Every plant, even stones, plants, crystals, everything has a rhythm. That's what creates it. That's what it is. That's why it is and shows up like it is, because it has a frequency. So we got to stop being so selfish. It's just me, 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 me. Now it's important to be self-caring and put yourself first, because your frequency must be solid before you can truly go out and do too many things to help everybody else. We're working on getting our frequency solid. Of course, it never is perfect. There is no perfection. So don't wait to do what you do. Don't wait for perfection, because there is none. But be in a place where you're constantly working on self, feeding yourself first, putting the oxygen mask on you first, then helping others. Many times we have this thing, chronic servitude syndrome, where we're always there for everybody. We put ourselves aside many times. There are times when you should do that to save someone else or to really help someone. But don't just go save people because they need saving. Sometimes people don't want saving. You may want to ask them, would you like help? Did you know, let's say in public, you have something happen to you and you're hurt and you've fallen and you can't get up. You know, nowadays, a lot of people will just get their cameras out and they'll take pictures and they'll film it. And you're saying, please help. Oh my God. There's a crowd of people around. They all got cameras out. Because they feel disconnected, because something is disconnecting. Look at that. I can't even get it out. Disconnecting them from you, they think. Even though technically they're hurt too. But they've numbed up their pain so much that they may not be feeling. They may not have the empathy. A lot of people don't have that. They've lost it. Well, they have it. It's just buried. It's buried. 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 What do you do if you're in a crowd of people and you would like help? Saying help may not do it, because the folks see separation and an opportunity to film something and go live and to get likes because they were there when you were hurt. Think about that. The way you get someone to help you if you have fallen and cannot get up is you must focus on one person in the crowd. Focus on that person, look them in their eyes and say, please, I need help. Can you help me? Can you call for help? You have to focus on one person in the crowd. And then there is a special connection energetically, a beam of energy that connects that person's soul to your soul. And there is a phone call that makes that connects like a drum beat that sends a message directly to them. And they'll help you. Even if they don't like you. Because you've made a direct call. A lot of times when we're looking for help, we're not making a direct call because we need to clear away. What do we really need help with? Some of the things we need help with, we could help ourselves. There are other things that we need help because we work together as a unit, as a village. Why are we divided? What happened here? Something happened big time here, and we're going to get into this deep today. Have you heard of the 100th monkey effect? There was a village, in an area. I think it may have been Australia or somewhere on the motherland or the other land, because actually wherever you are is the motherland. Let's be careful. We're going to have to start looking at that a little differently. The earth was all one continent, so Where are you standing? These monkeys would go down by the lake or the river and they would eat. So these people started cutting up. They would feed these monkeys sweet potatoes or yams, something like that. And the monkeys would always come out at the same time because they would feed them every day at the same time. The monkeys would come out and all eat. But they would eat them dirty. They'd eat the dirt and everything. So one day, one of the people who were feeding the monkeys showed one of the monkeys how to wash off the yam in the water and then eat it. It took a few days. Then that monkey, every time it got a yam, it would take it to the water and wash it off. By the end of the week, all of the monkeys were going to the water and washing off their yams. So they noticed this, the people noticed this and said, wow, okay, they're all learning from each other. There was a whole nother side of the area or the island. I think it was an island. Well, all of a sudden, the monkeys over there began to wash their yams. So scientists began to look at this. What is going on? Because there's other islands now where the monkeys are washing their yams. And do you know, in a short time, all of these monkeys of the same species and also species that were close began to wash their yam all over the world. They found that when the 100th monkey washed its yam, then another group of monkeys would start to wash their yams too. It's because of the sum combination and the frequency and the drum and the rhythm of those 100 monkeys together, washing their yams in unison, creating a rhythm, creating a language. Wow. Yeah, somebody's asking, do we have products? Yeah, we do service the UK and lots of parts of the world. Yes, you can order from the UK. The 100th monkey theory. The 100th monkey theory is just not for the monkeys. Everybody is connected through this unseen, non-local energy field that's like a drum beat. It's like a rhythm. It's a message that is traveling forever. Your mindset, your thoughts are not just local, they're traveling forever. And sometimes when you talk about what you in no way desire, what you don't want, you actually attract it because you just sent a message to the universe to bring it to you, especially if you've thought that thought over and over and over, because now you've created a drum beat, a rhythm. It is the repetition of pain and pleasure that programs the subconscious, that programs the superconscious, that connects to the unconscious vibration that is conscious, that's not, but is, and touches the whole universe. Your thoughts, your feelings, your words over and over. How many times have you said some disagreeable information? A lot of people say, well, I can't afford it. I can't afford it. I'm broke. I can't afford it. You better say cancel, cut, delete, and clear really quickly. Because your thoughts travel faster than light across the entire universe, because the molecules and the energy field and the quantum field is all one. I'm having a little breakfast. Is that okay? What is it, Dr. B? Seeded watermelon, seeds and all, even some of the rind, blend it up. Make sure you wash that rind off really good. See, the watermelon is a fruit and a vegetable. The skin is a fruit. That's why it's green. I mean, the skin is a vegetable, like a vegetable, because it has chlorophyll. But watermelon is very special. It's nothing like watermelon. Helps with circulation, helps to bring oxygen to your cells. It does a gentle cleansing, helps to keep you clear. It hydrates you. It makes you smile. See, I'm chewing up the little seed parts. People, why are you eating the seeds? Because it has the omega-6s, the omega-3s, the oils. Woo! Get you some watermelon with some seeds. Now, if you can't, just, get one without seeds and just imagine they got seeds, but nothing like having the real thing. Chew those seeds up if you can. Don't spit them out. Or if you're going to spit them out, spit them into a napkin and go plant them. Go save them for next year and have some watermelons of your own, because we can't always rely on them bringing us food. Why do they take the seeds out of many foods? Because by taking the seeds out of the fruits, then we have to rely on them. We can't grow our own. Secondly, when the seed is in the fruit, the seed has a message and a connection to create new life. That's what seeds do, right? So it's energized to create new life. It is the compacted whole plant. One seed, one oak seed has the whole plant. The sequoia is one of the biggest trees in the world. A little teeny seed, about a half an inch in diameter, has the whole tree within it. The seed has the whole thing in it. With Kirlian photography, you can take a picture of the seed and see the whole plant. Did you know that? The whole plant is in the seed, because the seed is the idea. When you have an idea about something, the whole project is in the idea, which is the seed. That's why your intention is important, because your intention is the seed. As Dr. Mahdi broke down last week, the seed is like the brain. It's the idea. But the nervous system are the roots that grow into the earth, and your body is like the earth. Your body is an earth. So seeds keep people connected. Why would someone come up with the idea to take the seeds out? Number one, greed, commerce, and war. Huh? Yes. What do you mean, Dr. B? Once people become separated for long periods of time, they become fearful of others who don't look like them, who don't sound like them, who don't think like them, who don't pray like them, who don't talk like them, who don't play the same music. You begin to see separation. Seeds, this is really deep. Seeds, by eating the seeds of certain plants, it keeps you connected to the newness and the nowness of growth and wisdom from all things, because those seeds came from their ancestors and their ancestors. It connects us to all the way back to the beginning. One seed connects you all the way back. So you're eating an ancestral seed, which has memory. It connects us to the earth. It connects us to nature. Why would you want to disconnect people from nature? So you could have full control and keep the people on a perpetual farm. Keep them locked up like sheeple. People, sheeple. Did you know that there was a project many years ago where someone who was in high places or low places went and began to destroy all of the female fruit trees? Many of the trees that actually we use for food and actually medicine in North America, a lot of the females were either destroyed, and I think also they did it to certain male plants. So yeah, that's what it was. I think it was the male plants. Don't quote me. It's one of these. They disrupted the natural order of fruit plants. Why? So you got to rely on somebody else to bring it to you in a truck. I was out picking mulberries the other day, and the neighbor came, and I was eating some, and the lady said, "What are you doing? You eating those? What are those?" I said, "Those are mulberries." "And you're eating them? You're just going to eat them?" She had a whole attitude. She looked just like this. "You're gonna eat those? Oh, you should wash those off. Those ain't the same mulberries you get in the store." I said, "Well, what's the difference? The ones in the store is clean." I was like, wow. She lives in fear. I've got to wash off this seed. It's growing on the tree. The birds are eating them. Squirrels are eating them. The deer are out there eating them. Oh, they're not getting sick. And if they got a little dirt on them, that's good, because you need a little dirt right once in a while so your immune system knows how to react to dirt. That's why you have to let the children sometimes play in dirt, and they might even eat some dirt, because if you're not connected to dirt, then you don't know how to be strong, and your immune system can't recognize dirt. That's why sometimes you got to be connected and see to something that is disagreeable. You got to deal with disagreeability sometimes so you know how to recognize it. Sometimes you're going to have drama. People are going to do things to you so that you can recognize it. Sometimes what you call evil has to be there so you can learn how to not be evil. Everything is connected to its opposite. Have you had mulberries? You know about the mulberry leaf? Look up mulberry leaf benefits. First of all, it's one of the only trees in the world that's got 2 different leaves. It's got one leaf that happens during the growing season, and the leaf that when it's fruiting, it has a whole nother leaf set up, and it's a weird plant. Some people think it's 2 different plants because this must be 2 trees growing together. It has 2 different ways it manifests itself. We used to eat a lot of fruit as children that grew in nature. We used to go, to these farms where you could pick your own apples and your own peaches in season. We used to take off our shoes, and our mother would give us these big baskets to put the fruit in, and you could go pick all you want. There's places like this now. There's one in Atlanta. There's supposed to be a free fruit a farm here in Atlanta where you go pick and then you measure it. I mean, it's not totally free. You pick it, but I think you pay for it on the way out based on how much you get. I'm not sure how it works. I haven't been there yet. I'm going. But there's free fruits and vegetables growing in the forest. But we've become disconnected. So our drum, our rhythm, our connection sometimes is broken. We can reconnect that today. Start going and eating something natural, something that really grew, something from earth. Plant some mint. Mint is so easy to grow. Put it in a pot in your windowsill. Put some in your yard. Basil is another one. Eat some leaves. Not all leaves. Now, some leaves, they're toxic. You can't just eat every leaf because some leaves leave you sick. Go find some mulberries. They're happening right now. I'm not even going to tell you how powerful they are. I want you to go do some research. People just want everything free. Dr. B, just give it all to me. No, I need you to go do some research like I did, because that's going to change the way it hits your brain. You're going to have a different outcome and a different outlook than I am. Even though we're connected in oneness, there is a difference in you. You are arranged just a little differently. You'll hear things and see things differently than I. But that's what makes the collective. Little small differences. That's the diversity. No, everybody's not going to be like you. They're not going to hear like you. They're not going to see you like you. They're not going to think like you. They're not going to agree like you. So stop trying to get everybody to believe in what you believe. You need to make sure that you take it from a belief to knowing. And no, everybody ain't praying to the same God. Folks have made up their own gods. And are they real? Yes. Your God ain't real. No, all of it is real if you realize it in you. It's your reality. If you think disagreeably all the time and things are going to be terrible, it is. Because you become a self-fulfilling prophecy. You're sending that message out. 770 billion miles for a second. Your thought is traveling through the galaxy, through the universe, through the omniverse, and it comes back to you. It's always coming back to you. Back to you, Jim. Back to you, Jane. Back to you, John. Back to you, Mary. Back to you, Beth. Back to you. It's like a boomerang. It's coming back to you. That disagreeable stuff that you're thinking comes back to you. But that's beautiful things that you're thinking come back to you too. My highest choice is that you are here today. I'd like to welcome you who a bunch of folks just logged on, and welcome. Yeah, I'm on one. Dr. B is on one. I'm on one. Something happened. I went all the way down for a minute and I was out through. I've been up and down. It's been a very interesting journey here. I know a lot of you can relate to this because our feelings are like the storms of the wind, and the sun comes out and then all of a sudden it rains, and it's been raining every single day, at least in the South. But that water is important. That lets us know a new age is coming. Just like in spring, April showers bring May flowers. That water, it feeds the forest, and it feeds our minds, and it helps to wash away the toxins. Don't be afraid of the rain. Folks start running. Oh my God, I don't want to get wet. What are you, the Wicked Witch? Oh my God, she killed me. When Dorothy threw the water on her, and she was shrinking. I'm shrinking. Oh my God, you've killed me. She represented wickedness. All it took was some water. Sometimes the thing that you think is the worst, all it takes is love. All it takes is detoxification. All it takes is a little rosemary. Yeah, that's another one easy to grow, rosemary. Go get you some rosemary. It'll grow back every year. It's very powerful to have. There is a connection. that many people may not have thought of. There is a connection between the summer solstice or any of the major 4 changes of seasons. Hold on, they're messaging me telling me that there's something I need to mention. Hold on. Oh, they're saying, don't forget. Okay, I got it. My team is messaging me. Doc, don't forget about such and such. You're on a tangent. Don't get so far out there. I'm already gone. Whew. Wow. There's a connection between the subconscious, parasites, the solstice, and mind control. The solstice is the time when the sun seems to stop for 3 days. You know, they tell you the solstice is on one day. See, once again, they minimize something for you. It's today, it's yesterday, it's tomorrow. It's all 3 of them, depending on your point of view. And to be totally clear and open and honest, actually a week before and a week after is the energy wave of the solstice. Because the Western mind says that things happen only at a certain degree or a certain point. They need to reduce everything down, like music notes. They've reduced it down to basically 7 notes. Do you know how many notes there are? You ever listen to music from India? You know how many notes they have? Who broke down the scale? The music scale said these are the notes. Like even the piano has been created based on a mindset from the European mind. Simplification, and it's okay. Even the phone numbers are 7 numbers. Why? Because some folks cannot remember past 7. It becomes hard and challenged to get past 7. Because the average person only lives till 7. Did you know the average person's mind is locked at 7 years old? Even in marketing, they tell you you have to market to a 7-year-old. Actually, they say a 5-year-old because some folks don't make it to 7 mentally. It's still in kindergarten. A kindy. Where's that? Look up that. Look up kindergarten. Look up where the word kindergarten comes from. Look that up. Let that peel your brain back. Seven chakras. That's just the basic chakras. Each chakra has 7 chakras. The way I learned it. And each of those 7 has 7, and it keeps on going on. There is infinite space. There's infinite numbers. But to keep it simple so that everybody can communicate together, right? They simplified a lot of things. They. And remember, they live. How many of you have seen the movie They Live? 1979 or something like that. They Live. You go check out. In fact, today, go search out the movie They Live. And if you saw it, go see it again. Because you know, when you see these movies and read these books and hear these stories, they change based on the time, because time just changed today. Today at the solstice, this is daylight gaining time. Huh? What is that, Dr. Bean? There's no such thing. I just said it. So there is daylight gaining time. Then they say this is like the longest day of the year, something like that. We're gaining some daylight. Your clock has changed. Your internal clocks are changing today. You're getting more light. No matter where you are in the world, you're getting more light, more energy. Don't look at it as the light you see, because the light you see is a very small piece of the spectrum of light. There's so many colors, so many vibrations, so many sounds that you cannot hear, because you can only perceive less than 1% of everything. You can only perceive less than 1% of anything. With your big head, and you think you're so smart and intelligent. We can't see what the bees and the birds and the animals can. We can't see what trees see. Did you know that plants see and hear and feel? This is daylight gaining time. Hey, this ain't in the news. You have to change your mechanical watch, because that thing is watching you. Why do they call it a watch? It's watching you. It's a pacemaker. Pacing your heart, pacing your thoughts, telling you what time it is and how you're going to save daylight. I want to know about that. How do you save it? Who came up with that? They live. Who are they? Why isn't the solstice and the equinox celebrated? Because they, who are into simplification and division, may not like the fact that we could be together and have the 100th monkey theory, the 100th person's theory, the drums, the congas, the message, and us be able to tap into the universal core of understanding and knowing. They keep you divided. It's over. Not doing it no more. Who is they? They always, you know them, they. Nowhere in the world you could know that there are rounding up people. Your brothers and sisters, there's nowhere in the world you can't feel that they're rounding people up, ripping families apart. They. Leaving children at home waiting for their parents to come back, and they just don't come back. But what happens? Sending people to detention centers. Sound like y'all talking about Hitler. Sound like that to me. Sound like Germany. No, it's not the same. That's because your ego is huge. Who is and what is an illegal immigrant? Oh, you're not an illegal ignorant. An illegal ignorant. There you go. There's illegal immigrants, and then there's illegal ignorance. Write that down, y'all. Oh, but it's different because you came and took the land. You took the land from the people, used disease and all kinds of stuff to get rid of the people, to destroy the people, kick the people out. Now those people it's their original land, or our original land, now when we come back, we're illegal. Get them out of here. You know why they're getting them out of here? Division. To desensitize you. You see this on television. Them hunting people down. For what? Because they're criminals. How is the criminals going to point to other people and say they're criminals? Well, that's the law. Who created the law? What are the laws that you live by? Can we all come together right now and send some energy to those people who are going through that pain? We don't know what it's like if we're not in it, but we've been in it too. All over the world, we could point to one country. This is with people. People are doing this right now on the job with each other. People in families got this whole issue. Who's better? Who's worse? Who did this? You know, the gossip, that should be illegal. You mean to tell me you don't feel this? You gonna act like this is not happening? Well, it's not happening to us. It is happening to us because we're all connected in an unseen, non-local connection energetically between us all. We feel it all. It's just that you've dumbed yourself down and numbed yourself up, and you've anesthetized your nervous system so you may not feel it. And once you begin to think like the conquerors, you've conquered too. Once you begin to think like the oppressor and love the oppressor and protect the oppressor, well, it's because of this. It's because of separation. Why is it happening now? Because now the Earth's vibration is speeding up. The energy of the planet is speeding up. That means that more and more people are waking up. More and more people are becoming together. And before we become two together, and we realize that all of us are one, and we are the masses, and the masses has the power. Once we all realize that, oh, it's over. We can change this earth, and now it becomes a new earth. So what they are attempting to do is to cause as much mass destruction and mass distraction and pain and suffering so that we never come together in one. It's not working. So when you see and hear what they are doing, go into love mode, send some energy, spend some time each day. Take a few minutes and send people who are in pain, who it is, somebody who's going through pain, somebody that's having heart conditions, kidney conditions, liver conditions. We're all going through these changes right now. Everybody has some inflammation. There is no perfection. I don't care because you always on time, doing your, you always exercising, and you got six packs, and you got huge behinds, and you look pretty, and you got good hair, and all of these things. You got a new car. You think you're separate from the other stuff that's going on around you. We're all connected as one. The healthiest people in the world have a very simple diet. They might only eat beans and rice and a little greens once in a while. Some of the healthiest people in the world who live the longest in the blue zones have very simple diets. They're not trying to eat all day and eat everything. Even some of this vegan veggie foods is trash. Where'd that come from? Who made it? You got 38 ingredients to make this fake plant-based burger? It was created in an industrial plant. A lot of us are going through we're like on a conveyor belt, a lot of us, based on our thinking. You got to get off this whole conveyor belt, this belief system. People believe their religion is the right one. How many religions you got? How many different Christians do you have with different Bibles? How many belief systems? I'm not going to say your system isn't real, because it is real to you. That's not the original one. Nothing is original. Who knows what the original is? Because when you keep going to the past, you come to the future. It's a cycle. Did you know that? If you keep going forward, you're on a round ball. Well, some of y'all don't think that. Some of you believe that we're on the flat earth. Okay. That's okay. I can't say that's not true for you, because if you believe it, it is true for you. Now, I don't know what you can do with that information. I'm not sure how it serves you to know that the earth was flat. They lied. They lied about everything. They lied. Never mind they lived. They lied. That's another movie. We got some movie makers. I see some of my movie directors and producers out there. Make a movie called They Lied. I'll do the soundtrack. In fact, anybody out there need a soundtrack? I'll create the soundtrack for your movie if it's about something that's going to help us all. That's right. Put it out there. Dr. B does music soundtracks. I started doing music soundtracks in the 1990s, 80s. I was doing movie soundtracks to movies that I didn't even have. So most of the music I create is soundtrack based. It's based on a story that I'm feeling. But if any of you out there needs a soundtrack, you let me know. Now you're gonna need a budget. Now, don't a lot of folks call talking about, you know what I'm saying, Dr. B, can you just hook us up? That means I gotta put you. I might say yes, but when something else that's taking care of the bills comes along, I'm gonna have to take that first. That's the only thing about getting stuff free. Sometimes it's not gonna be always the best, but I do attempt to help folks who are looking for something, or I can give you an idea of who you can call when it comes down to music, because music is my first knowing, my first knowledge. That's my spirituality. Even as a child, I was so deep into music. That's what saved me, because I was the bipolar one. He's autistic. They didn't call it that back. They called it special. He's special. Teacher told me once, the math teacher told me I was unteachable. That was supposed to hurt me. Do you know how good that was that she told me I was unteachable? I went home and told my mom, said, Mom, I ain't got to go back to school. She said, why? Because I'm unteachable. Woo! I remember when I got that F. I thought it meant free. I don't have to go back. I got an F. All you got to do is change the meaning of things. It ain't what it means and how much people, have issues with what they say you are, because people want to call you out. And that's why they got grades and stuff in schools. They give you a star if you're the best student. It's all about separation, isn't it? Have you noticed it's all about separation? To get you to feel different than somebody else? Where does this come from? I'm going to connect the dots here in just a bit. I'm working through this because so much is coming through me at this time. I am really excited. I have a lot in me, a lot on my plate right now, and it's coming from everybody, and everything is feeding this particular being right now, the one you call Dr. B. So I'm attempting to hold it together. I know my staff is saying, Dr. B, please stay on course. You just get wild. Keep it down to 2 hours. We're already at 2 hours. Well, maybe a little 1.5. You got to get to the point. I'm getting to the point. What is the point? Dr. B, you crazy. Yes, I am. I'm gone. I'm not coming back. I don't want to be normal. I don't want to look like everybody else and feel like everybody else and do what everybody else says to do. I am here with a special message just like you. Each one of us has a very unique, special message. Are you ready to give it and deliver it? Or are you ready to do what you came here to do? Are you ready to be what you came here to be and stop being what everybody else wants you to be, and stop looking for validation from everybody else for them to say that you got something, you got a degree, and you got this. He graduated over here. He did this. He's got that. Look, what you got, you may not even be using all of it because of because you haven't eaten enough seeds. You haven't eaten enough natural food. You may not have had watermelon in the time when watermelon is telling you that's the food to eat. I don't like watermelons. Well, get some cucumbers. That's the brother of watermelons. Almost the same plant, tastes different. Whew. What are they saying now? Okay. Calm down. Calm down, Dr. B. The connection between the solstice, the subconscious, parasites, the solstice, when the sun goes to its highest point and stops, it changes the time base there's a gap between the point where it stops, because it stops from it. The solstice means soul stops. Sun stops. Soul means sun. Soul, light. There's a gap, a 3-day gap, when the sun seems, it doesn't really stop. It's just the way the earth wobbles. It looks like that from our perception. So our time base changes, not the sun, that's the earth. And we're on it. So there's a gap. And there's certain beings that live based on the position of the sun, the moon, and the stars. Parasites use the energy of others to serve themselves. There's mental parasites, physical parasites, cosmic parasites, interdimensional parasites. But your energy changes on the solstice, and this is the time to increase your immunity so that you can break some of the spell and the hold and the grip of certain parasites. So we'll talk about the physical ones later. Let's talk about these non-physical parasites. On Brother Rich's show the other day, I mentioned Watiko. What is Watiko? Watiko is a contagious psycho-spiritual disease of the soul, a parasite of the mind. Wetiko. A contagious psycho-spiritual disease of the mind, of the soul. That means it's connected to sun and light. A parasite of the mind. It has many names. There's Wetiko, Wetiko. There's Watiko, Watiko. There's Wendigo. Wendigo. There's another one called Numa. Numa. These are in different languages and different cultures. Some call it the counterfeit spirit. It is also known as the flyer and the vampire virus of the mind. It short circuits people's connection to self, the tribe, or the group, and promotes colonies to collapse. It causes people to self-sabotage, live in fear and anger, and self-destruct. It is a cancer of the spirit that eats its host alive. How many of you know about this? This is what some people might call the devil, or as the preacher called it one time, the devil, because it makes you sick. It creates evil thoughts and impulses, and it hides inside the shadow self. And it appears when it is triggered. The symptoms are greed, deep selfishness, me, jealousy, envy, chronic fear, chronic anger, chronic victimhood. You know about chronic victimhood, right? When you want to always blame everything on somebody or something else. Chronic anxiety. You know, anxiety is worrying or constantly thinking about something that's disagreeable that has not happened. How many of you have that? How many of us have it? It's a malignant, disagreeable spirit. You see, the collective mind operates in a collective field. Remember I talked about everybody's connected? It's a boundless psychology of the mind that we all share. We're not local. We're connected. If something is to tap into this connection and use a rhythm, just like we talked about the conga drums, and use a rhythm that is out of time, a rhythm that is out of sync, to use a melody that, you know, that's not in, that doesn't sound pleasing, to have discord and disharmony. All you've got to do is vibrate that entity, that energy that connects us all in that way. And all of a sudden, a ripple, a destructive ripple begins to travel through the entire etheric realm, all of what we're all connected with. The devil, as the preacher said. I was down there and I was confronted with the devil. And I knew that. This is the story the preacher was telling me. And he was telling all, actually, me, because I was in the church and he was, you know, wound up. And he said, I was down there in the darkness. I was all alone. Wasn't nobody there. My wife wasn't there. My children wasn't there. My dog wasn't there. My friends wasn't there. Nobody was there but me. And I was all alone. I don't know why you got to say, but there's a thing that you got to have as a minister. It's a rhythm you got to have. And I was down there and God was on one side. God was calling me up, but I was scared and fear came on, and the devil was on the other side. The devil was calling me, and it was offering me beautiful things, good music and sound and good food and lavishness. And I just was down there. And I had to choose between good and evil. You ever had to choose between good and evil? And as I stood there, out there at the Pacific Ocean, I looked up at the sky and I saw all of God's celestial objects. I'm sitting here in church like, did he just say that he was at the Pacific Ocean? Or the Pacific Ocean? What did he say? Is it specific or is it Pacific? Which ocean? And he looked up in the sky and he looked at all God's celestial objects. Is he trying to say celestial? But the people, you're so worked up sometimes, you'll move past the energy of what you'll move past what the person is saying and how they're pronouncing it and get caught up into the feeling of the story or the story. The story. Dr. B, now you know about the story. You know about the story, right, of Adam and Eve down there. She should have never talked to that snake. And that's the problem with the world. You can't trust somebody that will talk to a reptile. They eat of the tree, good and evil, down there in the garden. This story, if you're not careful and realize that these are stories that are analogies, they will cause you to blame the woman. Who is dividing the species? They. Wetiko. Wetiko causes separation. Wetiko, as I was told, are a group of beings, and their actual name cannot even be pronounced. This so you and if you knew it, you shouldn't pronounce it. So they just call it Wetiko because the indigenous Americans called it Wetiko, but it has names in almost every culture. This is known all over the ancient world about this thing, this energetic vampire. It lives on the dark side of the moon. So they say. And it projects through moonlight. This is why they say the vampires and all of them come out at night. Wolfman, does the Wolfman only come out at night during the full moon? All these creatures that can hurt you and these monsters, it's always nighttime. They don't come out in the day. They got to leave. The sun will burn them up. But they say that these beings or this being or this essence, this energy, it is projecting down on us. And it came to our quadrant of space more than 6,000 years ago. And it created division. And it created war and fear and anger and blame. It creates division between your head and your heart. It creates division even in you separately and individually. A lot of us are in war with ourselves. A lot of us don't even trust ourselves. You see something, hear something, feel something in your gut, and you say, oh man, that can't be. You ask other people, did you see that? You saw something, but you need to ask your friend if they saw. Did you see that? Did you hear that? No, I didn't hear anything, man. I was sitting there eating a ham sandwich. What do you mean? What's going on? I heard something. I saw something. I felt something. Your gut's telling you leave now. But if your friends don't leave now, nobody else runs, and nobody else leaves, you sit there, well, what the heck? Some of us leave now because the feeling that we got in our gut, we're not separate from it. A lot of people are separated from their gut feelings. This is a part of the Wetiko virus that has affected us where we may not even be following our own path in life. We're separate from the things we truly love. We won't do it because it's in our head. We live in our head thinking about why we shouldn't do something or why we should do something. It stays in your head so long that you're trying to quantify it and you're trying to make it analytical to the point where you can't do what you're feeling. So you're not in jazz. You're not in improvisation mode. You're not able to really flow because you're connected to society, and society has been controlled and shaped by this parasitic entity. One of them is called Wetiko. Those of you who are just coming in, come on in, and you're going to need to go back because there's a lot that, is coming through right now that you may be able to use, and you may be able to say, wow, I think I could use this. You may be able to, if you really tap in, feel what is really being said by Dr. B and what Dr. B is channeling at this particular point. But then again, some of this you may just say, this is wild. This is crazy. This dude is nuts. He is. I agree. There's many stories throughout almost all the books about this oppositional energy. In the Bible, it's the devil. It's opposition. It's here to test you. It can't just take over you. It needs an agreement. You have to join in, and you have to join into that. But in each of us, there's these oppositional energies in all of us that we must what? Work through. There's always going to be a challenge. There's a thing called the law of correspondence. How many of you know about the law of correspondence? It has to do with contrast. There's always going to be good and evil. There's always going to be up and down, back and forth. Everything is connected to its opposite. So this energy, these creatures that have come here are here to test you. You have to allow them to control you. And a lot of people, because they don't know, they're allowing this destructive entity to take them. So that, people think that I think I'm better than them, and them over there, those are immigrants, and these people are foreigners. And, it creates that fear. Xenophobia. Afraid of something that looks different, sounds different, and acts different than you. Afraid of it. Kill it. Get rid of it. Run. Everything is connected to its opposite. That's the law of correspondence. That has to do with contrast, or the law of contrast. So my highest choice is that you not focus so much on what they are doing, because what's going to change that is what you are doing, because they are in you. What's beautiful is that during the solstice and the equinoxes, certain times it is easier to get them out of you, because there is a changing of the guard. There's a changing of the energy. And right now, because the Earth's vibration is speeding up, these beings are attempting to hold on, because something knew that between the years of 2019 and 2027, that everything was going to change. There's a polar flip happening. That means that North Pole is not the North Pole anymore. Check it out. Go do your research. Something is changing. And when things are changing, the things that are trying to hold on what was. The things that were holding us and gripping us are being broken if you are able to break it. If we're able to break the spell, that's up to each one of us to break this spell. See, we're always looking for a victim. I mean, we're always looking for, something to be the enemy. We always want to blame. They did it. Now you can blame it on the Watiko. I did it. That wasn't me. That was Watiko. No, that was you, because you may have joined the system. And you may agree that you are different than everybody else. And you got this me thing. That me. And that men should be in charge of everything. Where did that come from? What happened to the system when it was a matriarchal system? What happened to that time? What's going on? See, there's an ebb and flow of all societies and all beings. So on the 26,000 year calendar, how many of you know about the 26,000 year calendar? Also known as the sidereal day or the star day. That is the most accurate calendar. For 13,000 years on that during that calendar, we're in what we call the fall of man. And it's because we're falling away from the center of the galaxy, which some call Hanabku. That is a Mayan concept, that the center or the prime creator is Hanabku, which is in the center. And as time goes, we are on like an elliptical orbit, and we fall away from Hanabku, or the central radio frequency. And we fall because we start losing the connection because of distance with the prime creator. That's called the fall of man. It happens every 26,000 years or every 13,000 years. This is a 26,000 year cycle. It's also known as the procession of the equinoxes. Different people in different cultures know about this calendar. The Western man took over based on Rome and changed the natural calendars, the natural flow, so they could control people. What would make them do this? Because they were connected to the Wetiko. Control the people. Disconnect the people from the creator. Disconnect people from natural things. Disconnect people from the natural healers. Get people to not believe that natural healing is possible. Get people to doubt the person up the street that uses herbs. Call them a witch. Which was a question. Which craft? Which craft are you doing? What are you into? Water? Are you into building? You make cars? You're into computers? What is your craft? When you came into the village, people want to know, what's your craft? You just can't come in here with no craft. Coming into the town, trying to suck everything out of the town or the village. We need to know what your craft is. So it was a question. Which craft? Of course, they don't want you connected to anything that could connect you to the original way and the original flow. They don't want you eating the seeds of knowledge. Why? Because they would like to intercede and cut in and edit your life and have you just being a slave, giving up your energy for them. Because they eat energy. They're parasites. A parasite lives beside. Para means life besides. Living beside something, inside something, secretly many times, and using that thing as a host. How many of you are a host to energetic and emotional parasites? Inside you, they live. How many of you live in judgment and are angry and fearful all the time? You are they. How many of you have hate and anger from some stuff that happened years and years ago? You just can't shake it. You still hate that person. I hate them. You don't even know them anymore. You haven't even talked to them. And because something happened in a brief time, you think that's forever. And you can't let it go. Why is that? You know, that makes you sick. Are you making yourself sick? Are you holding on to the past? And that's another thing that these beings do, is they create a state, a mind state where you hold on to the past, especially the disagreeable past. If you could hold on to the agreeable past, that might serve you. But taking the past that is gone, the disagreeable part, the painful part, and bringing it here now, and then discussing it and talking about it and feeling it as if it's now, creates it again. We're very creative. We're extremely creative. We're artistic. I'm only telling you about them and they, so you can realize there is an entity, an energy that some call Wetiko and has many, many names, has been destroying societies ever since it got here about 6,000 years ago, maybe more. And all these wars and fighting, what has it got to do with? It's ego. What is it? Why are we fighting? Why do we see so much separation? Why is it me, I, and it's not we? Why is it all about matriarchy? It's because in the fall of man, when we begin to move away from the center of the galaxy, a lot of us could not hear the original signal from the Godhead or from the creative God. We couldn't hear it anymore because it was too far away. So you lost a bit of the connection. So after a while, all the prophets came. Prophets were people that were still connected. Every culture, everybody had somebody who were these wise people who were still connected to the original message. All the prophets came in this time period when we were way away from the center of the galaxy. But guess what? That was the matriarchal time. The men came to protect us, but men created the idea of fear. Women didn't necessarily fear something. They knew something could happen and they was ready when it happened, but they didn't live in, in the idea of this pain or loss was going to happen, that we were going to lose and something was going to kill us. They say the women didn't need fences because the lions and tigers and bears didn't come into the village because there was a connection and there was an agreement. You might even leave some food out for what you call the enemy. Like you leave ants some honey by the side of your house and they'll go eat that. They're not trying to crawl through your house. It's a lot of work. Sometimes, the way your house is, it's dangerous in there. They might eat something and, you know what I'm saying? That's it. You're talking about something to kill the roaches. There's certain food that you eat would kill anything that ate it. It's killing you softly. What is your song? What are you singing? What is your daily word? What do you think every day? Are you ready to put that in check? This energy, these beings, they're plasma. They're like an energy. Some of them are like a vapor or a gas. They're not like you can even perceive this, but these beings control this section of the galaxy if we allow it. It's an individual thing too, because some of us are immune to it. We don't have it. We're not connected to it. But if you have states of disagreeable emotions you can't let go of, and all your friends, you love friends who all have this, that's how people stick together. That's your, comrades and your, you know what I'm saying? Those are my constituents, because you all like something. You all agree. You're either going to fight together or you all like something together, and you come together and you condense and you got this talk all together as a group, and that's your power. That's what you think is your power, but it's actually your weakness. Because a lot of times we're complaining about something we have no power to change. So what does that do? That breaks your immune system down, because your immune system is on alert every time you think of something that you feel is disagreeable. Something's hurting you. Something's going to hurt you. People always do this. You got bad luck. They don't like me. Your immune system only works when you're in total relaxation and love mode. Did you know that? Your immune system cannot work 100% unless you're in the mode of love, harmony, and joy. Did you know that? It can't do two things at once. It's got to fight a war. And if you're upset, then every part of your immune system is trying to protect you from even a perceived danger. If you perceive a problem, then your system goes into alert. The fire engines, did y'all see the movie Osmosis Jones? Go check out Osmosis Jones. I think it's Chris Rock, is it? He's the voice of the guy. He's the main actor. But they talk about the human body, and it's based on cartoons, animation. And this person gets the flu. And they show you how the flu moves through the body. You got to watch that. And the one in charge of the body is the hypothalamus. Oh, man. The hypothalamus? Because your hypothalamus is the gland that is connected between your nervous system and your glandular system. Glands are like mini computers, and their output is going to be what they call hormones. Hormones are chemical messengers. So each hormone has a message that it carries from the source to different parts of your body. This is really important. The hypothalamus in the top of your head is the regulator. It's always looking to create balance. It's connected between your nervous system and your glandular system, which is connected to your chemical messengers. And if your nervous system is excited by anything, agreeable or disagreeable, it's going to have an action that sends frequencies or rhythms or sounds, because everything is rhythm and sound, to your nervous system. Your nervous system is connected to your glandular system through the hypothalamus. It also is regulating temperature. Somebody's saying, Dr. B, which of your products is for toxoplasmosis? Yeah, let me go ahead and do that. It is 1 o'clock. It's called the Elevated Total Body Program. The Elevated Total Body Program helps to deal with toxoplasma and toxoplasmosis. Okay, we're going to get into that. We're getting to it right now. So if you could just be patient, we're going to tap into that. Your hypothalamus is like a regulator. It's like a thermostat. It regulates heat. It's attempting to create homeostasis or balance in the body. So when you get a fever, that's your hypothalamus saying, hey, turn up the frequency, turn up the heat so we could try to burn up the thing that's offending us. That's why when people get angry, they say, I'm hot. Man, they get hot. Your body gets hot when you're angry because your immune system thinks there's a war we need to fight. And it begins to send out parts of the immune system, which is like a military, to go fight. And if there's nothing to fight, guess what it does? It begins to destroy you, cause inflammation. So if you're angry all the time and fearful all the time, you're telling your immune system there's a problem, there's something going on. Turn up the heat, destroy something. There's something to fight. We're in fight or flight or what they call freeze most of the time. These beings, this Wetiko energy, it connects directly through the top of your head also, right in through the core, and affects your hypothalamus, and you're out of balance most of the time. The hypothalamus, this is the one that tells you you've had enough of something or you've had too much. Some people that keep eating and eating and eating and eating and are never satisfied. How many of you keep doing something, anything, and you're not satisfied? Your dopamine is kicked in where you're hooked on this thing. Dopamine. I'm trying to get back to something. I don't even know what it is, but I would like to be satisfied. I'm never satisfied. Wetiko. This energy causes us to be never satisfied. It causes us to hold on to old disagreeable emotions and cause separation. And it causes us to be divided as people, not only with our own self and our own body, but to each other. I'm going over and over this because this is the big piece. This is the connection that we all need to look at. That there is an unseen, I can't say it's unknown because it's known, but there is an energy, an entity that is causing us to be separate and to be unbalanced. But today, by knowing about this, you can change it all. How do you counteract this thing? What's the opposite of greed? What's the opposite of selfishness? What is the opposite of jealousy, envy, fear, anger, victimhood? One word: love. To be able to feel love. To be able to know love. A lot of folks don't know love and don't know what love is. You can't even hardly describe it. Just because they said they love you and you said you love them, what does that really mean? It should be about deep caring. Some people love but don't care. I love humanity, but you don't care about certain parts of humanity. It's one of those ambiguous type words. It's just kind of floating out there. Love. I love you. Much love, my brother. Much love, my sister. Love is life organically vibrating effortlessly. That's my description. Love is life organically vibrating effortlessly without trying. It's just happening. That's the one thing there's just too little of a lot of times in us. What the world needs now, I think that was Dionne Warwick, is love, sweet love. That's the only thing they're just too little of. Let's create it. There is a process that helps to go down into your subconscious, because remember, Watiko and that type of energy lives in the subconscious, in the shadow world. It's not known. You can't just go find it and get rid of it. You've got to first vibrate at a different level. What some folks call vibrate higher. Some folks is vibrating too high. They need to vibrate lower. So it's regulate, which the hypothalamus does, helps you regulate your vibrations. And think 7 times before you react or before you even speak. Before you get angry about something, you don't even have enough information a lot of times to be so upset about something, and you don't have any real facts or proof that it happened. You heard about it. You just heard about some stuff and you're angry. You think it's real. They keep telling you what places in the world where there's war. Were you there? I've been in many places on this planet when they said something was happening there, and I went there and it wasn't happening. Because when you get to where you're going, a lot of times the experience is nothing like you thought it was going to be. They're telling you. Who's telling you? The news. They'll hang you with the noose, the 6 o'clock noose. And their back is to you. They keep telling you, back to you, Jim. Back to you, Jane. Back to you. Back to you. So you can't believe all this stuff. You have to create the universal field in yourself. You've got to cast your energy into the waves. You've got to cast into the quantum field and drop that one drop of love and harmony and peace and joy yourself. You can't wait for it to be done. Stop waiting for other people to do it. Stop waiting. You have to create harmony within yourself. You have to regulate yourself. Tap the top of your head sometimes. Just tap the top of your head, and also tap your chest where your thymus gland is, to calm down your immune system or to activate it when you need to. So you can just do this. Just back and forth, tap the top of your head and your chest, just below your throat. So what you're doing is you're signaling and you're pulsing and sending a drum rhythm to your hypothalamus to help reset it, so it isn't reacting on false information that is getting from your nervous system, from your mind. And tap your chest, because that tells your hypothalamus to come online, come online, come online. Because sometimes it's caught and it's stuck based on the way you act and react and the way you think. Your body's listening to you. You're the captain. So these little exercises help to change the state. One of the things that helps to disconnect you from the matrix is getting in what's called a whole brain state. Your whole brain state is when your conscious mind and your subconscious mind, some will argue that there's really no conscious and no subconscious, it's all one. Actually, that's true too. But just for, to make it simple, your conscious mind is what you desire. Your will, your ego, who you think you are. What your objective is. What your chief aim is in life. Your subconscious is who you've been and what you've experienced. And what your parents and grandparents have experienced is all stored in the subconscious. So it's like a huge library. The conscious mind It's powerful. It can process 7 individual bits of information a second. Your subconscious can process at least 13 million computations a second. That thing is powerful, but it doesn't think. It doesn't know language. It just records the information as energy and sacred geometry. It records the smell, the feeling coming in from your 7 senses or your 5 senses. Some of us got 7 senses. We only have 5 senses. Who told you that? Did they tell you that? We only use less than 5% of our brain. Who told you that? Who told you that? There's only 9 numbers. Who told you that? There's 7 continents. Who told you that? There's 7 seas. Who told you that? Almost everything you've been told is a misdirected story. Story. Sounds good. Teach it to the people. Keep them simple. Keep them on the farm. Feed them some hay, some dead grass. Tell them it's good and it's wheatgrass. Feed them all some wheatgrass. Don't tell them that most wheat is hybridized and one of the most hybridized things in the world, but have them drinking wheatgrass. Wheatgrass is good for everybody. That's not true. Some of y'all know you drink that wheatgrass. Wheatgrass will help you depopulate. I won't get into that. We'll leave it alone. Health food stores get upset. Dr. B, why you mention that? That's one of the main things we sell here. I'm just saying, it's not for everybody. When we decide to reset, there's a gateway that opens when we say we're ready to change. When you realize that most of what you have been taught is not correct, when you realize that politics and religion and all this is all a figment of your imagination that has been programmed and processed, and you have joined up with something, you have no idea what the roots of it is. Even when you're voting for something, for a law or a new this or that, you have no idea what the roots and what the people behind it are really all about. Even the people behind it sometimes don't realize that they're being controlled by a force on the dark side of the moon. And why do we keep voting for things and doing things that all have to do with our own self-destruction? Why would we do it? Because we're not in a whole brain state. You just believe it. You believe this is what you are. This is what I am. My parents were it, and I believe them, and I like what they said. And the person in charge really is really strong about what they're saying. And I'm with them. Half the time, you're not even with yourself because you got to get into some type of self-abandonment to really go along with some of this shit. You ain't got to put what you believe in the chat. All those people want to put what they believe. Leave it out the chat. You're gonna take time to try to what? Advertise what you're into. That's what you're into. Keep our mouths quiet. Silence is golden. Loose lips sink ships. Don't put it in here about what you believe. Just listen. If you can use it, use it. I said that in the beginning. If you can't use it, throw it out. When we get in a whole brain state, that means our conscious mind and our subconscious are connected. When your conscious mind has goals or objectives and your subconscious beliefs from the past are in unison, then we can move forward. But a lot of times the subconscious is your adversary. A lot of times your subconscious is your shadow self. A lot of times that subconscious, because of its programming, is keeping you and stopping you from moving forward because it is afraid of changing the state. So it's like a guardian. It's like, you got these guards that are guarding this old you. And the fear of the pain that you may have felt before, it says, hey, we shouldn't do anything new because if we do, we may fail and be hurt. So since we was hurt before, let's not get hurt again. So don't do it. Don't do anything. So now there's a control drama because now you're in control of your life. I'll destroy things before I let anybody else destroy it. I'll fail myself before I let them fail me and the world fail me. I'm never going to be in love again. I was hurt so bad. My heart was broken. So now something comes along that's really, really aligned with you, but you won't even consider it because the old you, the subconscious you, is gripping you and grabbing you and holding you so that you will not let go and release and have an orgasm. Am I going too far? Maybe I am. No, I'm not. Yes, I am. No, I'm not. Yes, you are. No, you're not. Yes, you are. No, you're not. Y'all ever have that? I should go. No, I shouldn't. I like them. No, I don't. I want this. No, I don't. Don't eat that. That's poison. Eat this. Don't eat that. I believe it. No, I don't. The hell's going on here? Talking about who's being deported. You being deported. You got a part of your own brain that will deport you from your natural country, from your natural self, from your center. What is an alien? What is an immigrant? What? Y'all, you better turn some of this shit off so you can get centered with yourself. This is the solstice, so time to get centered, to get in a whole brain state. Just let go for a minute. Stop believing what they're telling you and what they think. You think you know what they got going on and you want to join them. Well, go join them then. You'll see. If it's not in your heart, then you shouldn't be doing it. If you don't feel it in your gut, then do it. It depends on you. Do what you feel. I'm not trying to change you. I'm saying just open up your heart so you can move into your inner sanctum. There's an inner sanctum inside all of us. There's a part of us that would like us to be healthy, wealthy, and wise. Would you like to be healthy, wealthy, and wise? Would you like to recalibrate, reset? So when a whole brain state happens, we are able to reset everything. Part of what I learned when I got my certificate was how to do a process of helping people get in a whole brain state. It's called psychological kinesiology. There is a process which is extremely, extremely effective and helping us reach a whole brain state without a lot of work, because this thing could end up, taking a lot for us to change our lives. But I'd like to say that we found a doorway to the subconscious, a back door, a key that can help us reset everything. Would you be interested in something like this? Now, we're talking about breaking the spell from the mental, emotional, and cosmic parasites right now. Somebody said, well, what's the book? There's a book called Watiko, written by Paul Levy. Watiko. Read that. Very interesting information in there. These scientists got together and proved that there is this thing that has brought every society down. When the society is not in a whole brain state, when they're divided, when the villages are divided and they can't hear the drum beat from the other ones, when we don't realize our oneness, we become broken, fragmented, and we become distant from even our own selves. The shit that we've been through has been purposeful to try to see if we're going to be masters, because masters are going to go through hell. They'll take themselves through terrible situations to try to come up to the next level, to awaken, to overcome. That's what it's about, overcoming this. Are you ready? Are we ready to shake off this whole Watiko thing? Because this is the time to do it. 2025, between 2025 and 2027, this whole thing changes. That's why all this drama is going on, to try to misdirect you, to get you to sin. Sin is missing the mark, missing the target, to live in sin and to agree to sinners. Sin means to miss the mark, to miss the target. Have you noticed, if you even listen to the news and listen to what they're saying, it's like bipolar. From day to day, they change. It's like switching up. People are confused. They don't know what side to be on. Stop picking sides and pick yourself first. Pick yourself up. Turn off all that stuff for a minute. So there is a process where we can access the core of us. The core of us is down in the root, where our original selves live. This next week is very powerful because we're in the wave of the solstice. So next Sunday, we're having an event in not Los Angeles, but in Atlanta. And let me put it up on the screen. It's a core access experience. It's a group subconscious alignment that Dr. B will be leading. It's a guided meditation, a very special type of guided meditation. We're using sound and frequency and medicine drums. This takes us into the theta state. When you are in the theta state, you're in between everything, in between sleeping and awake, good and bad. You're in a null state. You're in a place. The place of meditation means there's no thought, there's no thinking, there's nothing. There's just a space where you can exist in this gap. It creates a gap. It's happening in Atlanta. Yes, you have to be in Atlanta to attend. I'm going to say more about that in just a minute, okay? It's not going to be virtual. It can't be virtual. We can't do this virtually. In fact, even in the room, we got to make sure our phones and everything, I mean, all of that, this is a whole nother thing. We're creating a vortex energetically. Not everybody can be there. Yes, I know. And those of you who will be in town, some folks will be in town anyway. And just, come and join us. There's 75. Actually, I think there's not even 75 seats available now. We can comfortably have 75 people in the room before it gets too much. So let me give you a little bit more about what this process is. The core access experience. Let me get rid of this banner. The core access experience. Core access is a transformative technique designed by Dr. B. Sirius after years of extensive research into the study of the subconscious mind, music, and musical frequencies. It is a process that helps us gain access to the core of the subconscious programming that may be keeping us from our peak potential and highest timeline. It helps us release and detach the cords of undefined stress, subconscious anxiety, and outdated emotional programs. Discover how to balance and realign the conscious and the subconscious by defragmenting distorted and outdated programs. Find your footing as the earth rotation speeds up and learn to live in the higher elevation while staying grounded during this time of rapid ascension. How many of y'all are feeling this? This rapid ascension, you're dizzy sometime and things look different. You're hearing sounds and you're feeling some things that you're not sure what it is. It's because we're changing. We're changing fast. This process can help you gain your footing and help you become what you've come here to become without a lot of work, and to do it together as a group, to come together in oneness. And even if you cannot make it, if you know the time we're doing it, this is very important. If you know the time that we're doing it and you get into a quiet meditative state, that's next Sunday from 12 to 4 Eastern Standard Time. If you just tap in energetically, you will receive some of the vapor. You won't receive it, you will receive some of the vapor from the rhythm that we're going to send from village to village, from town to town, from person to person. So don't feel that if you didn't make it, if you couldn't make it, you're not going to get something, because some folks just cannot be there. But if you are in town, it would be best to be there. The Core Access Experience Atlanta, Sunday, 6/29/2025. I didn't put the time there, did I? From 12 until 4. Let's close the gap between where you are and where you desire to be. You are invited to meet, greet, and connect with seekers on the path of elevation as we participate in this exclusive Core Asset Access experience together. I've done this in the past only in Los Angeles. I will say that those, and some of you remember, because it used to be a process called the Foundation Balance. We did it over at Agape several times, the Agape Spiritual Center, Dr. Michael Beckwith's Spiritual Center out there. The folks who have done this, it changed them instantly. Because what we're doing is we're going down into the subconscious, and there is baggage, there's boxes, there's stuff down there that you didn't even know was there. Remember, I tell you, Wetiko hides in the shadows. We're going to remove some of this debris, some of this baggage from your subconscious in this process. When it came to me, this whole idea came to me, it was downloaded to me. It blew my mind. And I remember the first person that we did it with, because I still do this with individuals too. Because we were doing an alignment. She came to me to get a subconscious balance many years ago. And no matter what balance we did, it wasn't working. It wasn't connecting. No matter what type of subconscious alignment we did, it didn't work. And I was using the ones that we were taught in school. There's like 25 different types of balances, or 12. Actually, it's 25, depending on how you divide it. So we were working on this, and we couldn't get the subconscious to say yes. It was no way she would get into a whole brain state. Just wouldn't happen. So she was in tears and crying, and she just kind of cried and fell asleep in the session. And something interesting happened. I fell asleep too, into this place, not the total sleep, but I fell into the theta state, in between sleeping and awake. It's a dreamy place. Some of you know about it. It's in between. You're not awake, but you're not asleep. You're not asleep, but you're not awake. And this whole process was downloaded to me. And this process was so clear. So when the sister woke up, I said, I want to try something. And I went and got my medicine drum. Actually, I used the medicine drum and a singing bowl, the original singing bowls. I have the ones from the Nepalese singing bowls made from the original 7 metals, given to me by Nepalese people. It's different than you walking in the store. And I went through this process. And when she came out of this, she couldn't believe it. It was like she dropped thousands of years of stuff, because the stuff that was in her was running through her family. Some of this stuff is not you, it's running through your family, your ancestry. And she was like a brand new person. In fact, even to this day, because I see her sometime on my IG and her timeline, she is helping people. She helps women and people go through a process which helps to realign them. It's different than this because everybody has a different version, but she's helping a lot of people to this day because she changed. It became a business. How many of you have a business idea that you would like to actually, send that message to the universe? How many of you would like to help break the spell of your community and bring more peace and love to yourself and your family? If you have a goal, then bring it on Sunday. If you have a goal, because we're all goal-minded, and if your goal is for good, then bring it on Sunday as we do this core access experience. How many of you will be there on Sunday? We've never done this on the East Coast. This is going to change everything. We're tapping in at a level and creating some people say it's like tapping into a wormhole. Technically, it is. Dr. B, you can't get through. We can't go through wormholes because what they told you about wormholes and black holes is not correct. People don't even want to tell you that the Earth and the whole solar system is in a black hole. Oh, come on, Dr. B, where are you getting this stuff? But there's a certain rhythm that I have to play that opens up a certain part of us. And then there's a certain frequency and a tone. And then there is this guided meditation down deep into the subconscious and removes boxes or debris. I have never seen anything like this before, because usually when you're dealing with any type of therapy, you got to know what the problem is that we're trying to fix. But a lot of it, we don't even know. It's not known. It's not known. It's unknowable. Wetiko is like an unknowable thing. We can't even really say the name. We can only say the name people have called it. But it's unknowable. This helps to detach some of that stuff. So that's not this Sunday, but next Sunday in Atlanta. Now, the question is, can we do this in our city? Yes. If you would like to have this done, if you would like to do this, if you have a group of people, then contact us at elevationtime.com. And if you'd like to host this for your group, for your business, businesses do this. It really changes the state of the business. Have all the people who work with you do one of these. It could be a church. It could be an organization. It could be a family. Do one of these. Somebody said Houston needs this. In fact, that was the next place that we're thinking about doing this, in Houston. In fact, I was supposed to be in Houston this weekend for I think they call it the Quantum Fest. But, things didn't really align. So I'm not there. I'm here. That was for the SOLSTICE Quantum Fest that they're having. I think they're still having it. I'm not sure. But yes, Houston. Los Angeles, Chicago, Detroit, New York, DC. If you would like to have this, then let us know. And we could talk about how to do it, how I will actually come and do this. We're thinking about taking it on the road because it is so powerfully needed right now for us to tap in at this new level. So we are offering it, for those who are ready, willing, and able. And we are able to do more than we think. Some people say, well, Dr. B, this stuff costs so much. Listen, everything costs energy, but it has to be reciprocal energy. Reciprocal energy is really important when you understand what that means. When you give, you receive. So whenever you give, you say return 1,000-fold. So whatever you're paying for something, just say return 1,000-fold. Every time you pay for something or you give something, say return 1,000-fold. If you're about to make love to someone or something, return 1,000-fold. Anything where you're putting out energy, just say return 1,000-fold. And all of a sudden, it will pop up. What you're searching for will pop up and appear as long as the repetition of the good thing that you desire is in your head, and you make it kinesthetic, auditory, and visual. That's what we're going to be doing next Sunday, is we're going to create a kinesthetic, auditory, visual experience that's going to change the state. But what you can, some of these things, I will be teaching you how to do certain aspects of it on your own. Just tapping the head and tapping on the chest. That could change the state. Somebody said also, Dr. B, come to Seattle. Set it up. Let's go. Get a group of people together. Have everybody invest. I got a bag packed. We're going to take this thing on the road. We also can do it for individuals, but that's a special circumstance. Some folks could really use this individually, but it works really well in groups because then everybody can, invest together, and it's you don't have to, spend as much. Okay, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to take a quick break before I tap into the physical side of the Wetiko, which is toxoplasma. We're going to talk a little bit about toxoplasma before I go, and I'm going to play some music and come back in about 5 minutes. And we're going to get into things that you can do on a physical level to help reset and break the spell of parasites like toxoplasma and Wetiko. And I didn't say it earlier, but Wetiko is the non-physical part of toxoplasma. I'm going to leave you with that. Toxoplasma is a physical mind-controlled parasite, and Wetiko is the non-physical component of that parasite. We'll be right back with you. We're going to take about 5 minutes and, go take a break, and we'll be back. Yes, you're listening to the music. Dr. Be Serious, part of the Medicine Music Project. This is called AEIOU. This helps to tune the chakras by saying the sounds A, E, I, O, U. It hits certain parts of your chakra energy system and attunes you. AEIOU. If you're just joining us, welcome to Elevation Time Radio. Your guest is Dr. Be Serious, coming to you live. There will be replays of this on the internet, on YouTube, if you'd like to go back and study and pick up some of the pieces and find out some things that you may not have known before. So welcome back. We're going to get into a little bit about the physical parasites. This is the best time of year to be detoxing from them. I want to start by giving you a definition of a parasite. A parasite is an organism that lives in or on another organism called the host. It obtains nutrients, life force energy, and other benefits at the host expense. Parasites can cause harm to their host, leading to various diseases and infections. Examples of parasites includes protozoa, like malaria, helminths, tapeworms, and ectoparasites. See, endoparasites live inside the body. Ectoparasites live outside the body. Yes, there are parasites that live on our skin. They're in the air. They're everywhere. There's more parasites in this environment than anything else. And they've been here since, who knows? They say at least 2.5 billion years is how long parasites have been here. They're not all necessarily bad, but they will bring balance when something is out of order. Certain ones take over because the state is too toxic, or they'll create a toxic state because that's what they live in, like a swamp. Everything has its place. It's not really about trying to kill them. It's about displacing them. It's about moving your energy, changing your frequency so that they will leave or stand down. Because I know we keep talking about parasites. We got to kill them. We got to kill them. And so a lot of the parasite cleansers out there, what they do is they kill the weak ones and make the strong ones stronger. And the superbugs like anthrax and some of these things that were made for war, what they call war weapons or biological warfare, there's no way in the world you're going to kill them with your average herbs. They were made in a laboratory. These things are monsters. Why would we even create biological warfare that's going to blow back on the whole planet? Because that's what happens. It goes up into the air, into the clouds. It's evaporated into the clouds, and then it rains down on everybody. Why would you do that? Once again, that's Watiko. It does things to cause us to do self-harm, to hurt ourselves, to destroy ourselves from the inside out without even thinking. What is toxoplasma? Toxoplasma or toxoplasmosis, and we'll talk about the difference in a minute, is an infection caused by a single-celled parasite called Toxoplasma gondii. It is the leading cause of death from foodborne illness in the United States. I'm going to say it again. It is the leading cause of death from foodborne illness in the United States. Did you know that? The leading cause of death. The parasite can form cysts in the brain, which may disrupt neurotransmitter balance and cause inflammation. This is the nervous system. This is the brain. The parasite may produce toxins that can alter brain chemistry. Here we go. Studies have shown a higher prevalence of toxoplasma antibodies in individuals with schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, and obsessive compulsive disorder. Now, let's go slow right here. What is schizophrenia? And who's got it? You may say, I don't have it. I know somebody that has it. My cousin's brother's friend's aunt had it. They had to come get her. She was always talking to herself, feeling and seeing things that really weren't there. I think this is really interesting when we have an idea of something that we don't understand and we begin to just use this talk that we don't understand. Let's move this banner too. Listen very carefully. Schizophrenia is a serious mental disorder in which people interpret reality abnormally. Schizophrenia may result in some combination of hallucinations, delusions, extremely disordered thinking and behavior that impairs daily functioning, can be disabling. People with schizophrenia require lifelong treatment. A serious mental disorder in which people interpret reality abnormally. Interpret reality abnormally. Wow. Let's just start. Let's just start there. How many of us interpret reality abnormally? Sometimes you don't even know what's real. Somebody told you how to interpret it. It came through the app on your phone or on the television or some gossip or some talk. You weren't there. You don't even know if it's real, if it actually happened factually or not, but you believe in it. There are certain belief systems and certain levels of philosophy that we have that never happened. There's stuff you've heard about history that never happened. And you're interpreting it, thinking it's real. Were you there? Were you a witness? Do you have a referent? A referent means you were actually there. Or are you just going along with references? If you live life based on references and you are not actually having the experience, then you may have a type or a particle of schizophrenia within you. This right here, brother. Yes, brother Isaiah. Brother Isaiah says, if that was so, let me just put this up on the screen. Can I put this up, Isaiah? I think I know how to do this. How do I show it? Yeah, there we go. Laugh out loud. That was so, they would say most of us watching it has it right now. Most of us watching it do. I'm taking this a little slow because this takes a little minute to sit in because we want to always point to somebody else and say what they got. Schizophrenia may result in some combination of hallucinations. That means something happened in your mind that may not have actually happened, but it happened in your mind. You're hallucinating. Sometimes we're hallucinating about some stuff that happened in the past. You don't even remember the whole event. You are just recalling the anchors, the strongest part of the story. You may not remember all the details. And when somebody else tells their part of the story, because they were there too, you ever have that happen? Several people saw the same event. This always happens. And they all will describe it differently. I'm pausing so you can ponder this. Delusions. How many of you are delusional? You've been praying for something and asking for something or asking something or some being for something all this time. And it don't happen. How many of you been doing the same thing over and over and over and keep having the same result? Being extremely disordered. The extremely disordered thinking and behavior that impairs daily functioning. And it can be disabling. It is disabling. A lot of us are disabled. Disordered thinking. What is disordered thinking? Half of the thoughts that you're thinking because somebody else thought them and told you. You're thinking through somebody else's belief system. You're believing in somebody else's stuff because that was handed down to you and it didn't make no sense then. But now you're trying to make sense and you can't make sense out of crazy. But you keep trying. It's a type of insanity. There are things that you think about somebody that you didn't meet. You don't have any real evidence, but everybody told you that they're this way. How many people have an impression and a belief about someone or something with not any actual facts? I don't care your best friend told you or your person you love the most or your parents told you or your minister or your politician told you or some authority figure told you. This is disordered thinking and behavior. It impairs your daily functioning. It can and is disabling. And guess what? People with schizophrenia require lifelong treatment. Guess who treats it? When you're treating something, you're giving it a gift. Like doctor told me when I was really sick and there was nothing they could do. They said, well, I said, well, doc, what do you do? He says, we treat disease. You treat it. Isn't that giving it a treat? Like you treat the candies during trick time? Did I say that right? Trick or treat? Wow, you treat the candies while trick time. Whoa, Dr. B. That's All Hallows Eve. What is that about? You involved in that? Do you even know what that's about? Do you know what most of your holidays about and where they came from, the root of them? And what they actually mean and where they come from? Have you done the research? Some folks don't want to tap here because they're too happy in that place. Happy is a happening that's temporary. When you tap into joy, you own it. But something is off here. Who picked the holidays and why? Who picked the days that we can get to be off earth and off the job, off the plantation, and why? The days the banks are closed. I mean, you got a 13th floor in buildings that don't exist because we believe that the 13th floor is bad luck. 13 is bad. I mean, come on, we believe in a lot of stuff. All this is part of what they call schizophrenia. Boo, you scared. By the way, boo is a term that was developed by people who were afraid of the dark people. They said boo. Somebody who was black, original, originics. Their origins were black and original. The boo. So when they came to town, the people would start saying boo, boo. Boo was the code to let you know that the original man or the original woman, especially women, they were more fearful of women than they were men because women are the creators. Boo, you're scared. Some of you are scared to look in here and see that you got some schizophrenia. I know I do. I'm working on it all the time. Who is triggering us, or what is triggering us to have a bit of this? Even if you have a little bit of it, you got it. Toxoplasma, a parasite that lives in the amygdala, the part of your brain that helps you process emotions. That parasite causes distortion in how you act and how you react. It starts out in the bodies of cats. Let me see here. It starts out in the gut of cats. And it moves into people because people are around the cats and the cats are pooping. So it's in the cat poop. It's the vapor, it's the energy of the cat poop. And some say it's in the urine too of domesticated cats. Some folks get upset. They say, I'm not going to get rid of my, I love my cat. I ain't telling you to get rid of your cat. I'm telling you, if you go get that kitty litter and get the kitty litter bag and look on the back, it tells you about toxoplasma right on the bag. They tell pregnant women they cannot have domesticated cats around them because the baby's brain will not develop correctly. Yeah, you love your cat. We got a very special relationship with animals. Some of them, we love them and then we eat them. It's very weird. I'm telling you that this thing starts out in the gut of cats and moved into, see, what happens is mice and rats eat cat feces. They're attracted to cat urine. And they end up eating the toxoplasma. And now the cat has, well, not that, excuse me. The rat and the mouse now doesn't know what to be afraid of. It gets a type of schizophrenia. It should be running from the cat, but it doesn't fear the cat anymore. So cats just walk up and eat them. They don't even run. They forget how to be mice and how to be rats. But the toxoplasma ended up out in the gardens. So other animals begin to eat it. Birds ate it, especially in domesticated farms and domestic farms and places like that, where you have lots of cows and chickens and pigs. You have lots of cats and you have lots of rats there, especially in the industrial feedlots. Have you been to one of those? Wherever there's rats and mice, there's going to be cats. You can't keep them out. Something happens. They're there. And they're pooping and peeping all over the place. So now the cow eats it. What does it do to the cow? It keeps the cow domesticated. The cow don't run away. It don't know where to run. It don't know what to be afraid of. It doesn't know how to be natural. It's already a very super hybrid. So it doesn't know what its parents really are because it's been man-made. All domestic animals are basically crossbreeds. That's why they're domestic, because they've been broken and divided and separated by they. They don't even know where home is. They don't know what home is. They don't know who, what, when, or why, where they're going. So toxoplasma helps to keep the domestic animals on the farm. My highest choice is that you're hearing the implications here, because the parasite will argue this and fight this, and then the toxoplasma and the Wetiko and all the other beings get together and try to shut this down so you don't hear it. It lives in the brain. It controls emotions. So some things that you're believing are real may not be. Things that you may be afraid of and fearful of, they don't even affect you. It hasn't happened yet. Fear is the what? The anticipation of loss or pain. False expectations appearing real. That's fear. This whole system is run based on fear. And people have to be basically schizophrenic by nature to live in fear, anger, and worry, and all that stuff, and anxiety all the time. That is the sickness that is created between toxoplasma and what? Wetiko. It's all one thing that keeps us slaves. So they're showing you here that it's zoonotic. Things that are zoonotic are things that starts in animals and moves into humans. Zoo, that's animals. Zoonotic transfer, zoonotic transmission. Most of the diseases that we got that are deep come from animals. We've never lived with animals this closely. We got them in the house. We love them. We sleep with them. So you don't have to get rid of your dog and your cat. But what I'm saying is this now has moved past your dog and your cat. It is in the environment. They say up to 75% of the people or more now have toxoplasma. Up to 75% of the people or more are affected and controlled and manipulated by Wetiko. This is a virus of the mind. Get the book, Virus of the Mind by Richard Brody, where your thoughts have been injected in you. They may not even be your thoughts. We got to get down in the cargo hold where your thoughts actually live, because you do have some real feelings, but sometimes you shut them down because of the belief system and the programming over and over. There's oppressive ways that you've been taught. You grew up under the oppressor. And after a while, you begin to believe and accept oppression. So then you become the oppressor. Some of y'all talk about oppression and what they are doing, and you're doing the same thing on a smaller scale. But your ego won't let you say, hey, this is what I'm doing. This is biological warfare, y'all. Microorganisms like viruses, bacteria, parasites, fungi, protozoa, or toxins produced by them, they give rise to diseases in man, animals, or plants. They deliberately disperse an area to create illness or cause death. Biological warfare. Have y'all heard of it? You got a parasite called the mothership. It carries thousands and thousands of little egg packets. It swims like a spaceship. You see it looks like a little UFO in the middle. It swims through the lymphatic system of the body, which is fluidic space. And it lays eggs. And these little creatures are some of the egg packets and some of the things that fly this thing. They say it does not have its own mobility. It must be piloted. So the man that gave me these slides was a German scientist, and they talked about how in Germany they've actually studied this stuff a long time ago, and some of these little beings are called the pilots. They fly the ship. Little teeny mothership within. Protozoa, they drink blood. They're blood drinkers. They're bloodsuckers. This is the original vampire. Not all of them, but certain ones. There's one specific one that lives in the blood that just wants the iron in your blood. You can't have pure courage without enough iron. You don't have enough confidence without iron. And parasite cyst. Remember it said earlier that toxoplasma lives in a cyst. A cyst is a container, and some of these containers can withstand up to 1,500 degrees. So if you're talking about cooking your food really good, because a lot of it's in your food, even your vegetarian, vegan diets, is still parasites are everywhere. So you cook them and cook them and cook them and cook them. And guess what? This container, this little seed thing down in the bottom, which is actually a ship, they can go in here and it closes up and withstand up to 1,500 degrees. So you can't cook it out. And look at this one. I call it Schistosoma mansoni. It's got a mouth, a vagina, and you see that thing off on the left, that's the penis. Has sex with itself. It's self-organized. It just duplicates itself. A lot of parasites just duplicate themselves. And the hookworm. It drinks blood. It's the original concept of Dracula. A lot of folks say, well, I don't have this. We don't live in a third world country. Have you looked around? What the heck is a third world country? What is a third world anyway? It's the mindset. The world is a mindset. It's not the earth. What is the first world? What is the second world? What is the third world? It's a mindset. We now have people here from everywhere. People have traded and been together and created families and slept together and borrowed together and fought together. It's all connected. There's no separation. We all have this stuff. And look at this. This is a pig farm. You see the little piggies on the right, all down in the water? These are what they call waste pools. What is a waste pool? Well, the animals that on these feedlots are eating and pooping and peeping constantly. Where is the waste going? Have y'all asked this question? Go watch the movie Cowspiracy. And they talk about the waste from animals by the year, I forgot what it is, I think it's 25 years from now, will have taken over the whole country. And we won't be able to live in this society or this atmosphere anymore because the waste from the animals, which the earth does not absorb because they're domestic animals and it's not broken down in the same way as a natural animal, this waste gets down into it seeps out of these waste pools into the tributaries, into the rivers, and now it's floating to the ocean. All up and down the East Coast, you have what? Pig farms and chicken farms. Look up the red tide. You see this water looks a little reddish? Look up red tide. They say it's so much red tide right now in places like North Carolina, South Carolina, all up and down the East Coast and Florida. And they also have brown tides where this algae and all this stuff and bacteria comes together and makes this swamp from all the feces and toxins from these animals that we be eating. Full of parasites. Remember I said this got to do with transmission from animals to humans. They got one called Cryptosporidia, which is a crystalline parasite, y'all. Crypto means crystal or electronic. You got an electronic parasite? Yes. Look it up. Where's it come from? The waste of domesticated animals. Giardia lambia comes from the waste of domesticated animals. So they got these places where they dump this waste, and these two parasites came about to break down this waste, but it got into the tap water. Almost all tap water has Cryptosporidium and Giardia lambia. Look it up. Don't believe anybody. I need you to do your own research out there. You can't get away from parasites now. You can't get away from it, but you can detoxify seasonally to help get rid of them. Here's another thing about toxoplasma. Infection by the parasite toxoplasma, which affects up to 75% or more of the world population, is associated with increased risk of several mental health disorders, the most strongly with schizophrenia, and can alter personality, cause mood disorders, vision changes, and even seizures. Now, when they say seizures, I thought they was just talking about where people have the shaking. No. They said the seizures also have to do with you being under arrest. You've been seized. You're seizing up like an engine in a car. It could seize up when it has no oil. Seizure just doesn't mean the mental seizures. It has to do with emotional seizures. You not moving forward. You not breaking away from what's hurting you. One of the symptoms of toxoplasma is people do self-harm. What do you mean? Cutting your wrist? No. I mean you eating some food that you know is dangerous, or not reading labels. That's self-harm. Being in a constant state of disagreeable, mental attitude, that does self-harm. It hurts you. Self-harm is when you're doing things that hurts your community, things that cause colony collapse disorder. Sound like Watiko to me. Same thing. It's the physical side. I don't know of anybody that put these two together. Watiko, this supposedly spiritual or soul disease, and a physical thing that started out in cats. Only domesticated cats. It was told to me that the domesticated cats, which were invented by Egyptians, were infected with this by these beings from the dark side of the moon. An indigenous American, Dr. Little Bear, Brother Little Bear, Chief Little Bear, mentioned this many, many years ago, before I was even into parasites. Dr. Kwaku Ando, a Dogon priest, one of my teachers, mentioned this. And now I'm starting to see there is a correlation between certain animals that were made and created and disease. Because wild animals, you're not going to be around them that much. This has got to do with stuff coming from animals. The animals you've manipulated and played with their spirit and their soul, and they don't even know who they are anymore. Especially if they're living around you and letting you just catch them, and their soul has been disrupted. So they're part of they live too. Yeah, that's a funny one. Gas station snacks. Who's that? Holly Hermit. Gas stations. Think about that. Snacks at a gas station. They got hot dogs and little corn. You go on the road, they have food in the gas station. The entire environment around the gas station is toxic because of petrochemicals. They got 4 to 5 different types of petrochemicals. They got regular gas, regular octane, mid-octane, high-octane, diesel. Then they got this new stuff, ethanol. And you have any idea what's going on in the vibration in the soil and in the air around the gas station? But you hungry. I was in a sealed bag. Where did it come from? To accept some of these fast foods and some of this trash is a part of you being disconnected from your original self. So a lot of people have lost the sense of disgust. A lot of folks have lost the sense of disgust, which is a natural part of us that says, hey, I'm not going to do this. This is disgusting. We start agreeing over time that this is okay. You're putting your stuff in the microwave. It's okay. The cats and the animals, even the domestic cats and animals trying to get away with, from you turning on the microwave. Why would you do this? Do you even know what this is? You talking about you normal and you smart and you intelligent and you want to get the best out of life, but you turn on a microwave, which is frying you and everything around it from the inside out? Huh? The microwave. Some people on the phone running their microwave. Bro, you got microwaves going into your brain, and you got microwaves that you're trying to cook some food with, and you're about to eat this what is this? We may have done it in the past. We didn't know. But now that you know, you should do better. If you really would like to be here. That's why I said we need to get in a whole brain state. That's why we're doing this event next Sunday, to help folks who are ready to get off the grid and get out of the matrix and wake up from this deep ass sleep. Yeah, folks are asking, will I come to their town? Yes, you got to set it up. We may be doing a tour, but also those of you can invite us, get a group of people together. We'll talk about, all the details. Yes, because that's going to help us deal with some of the mental parasites, which have got us retarded. And we're all on the spectrum. Have y'all heard of hysteria? Hysteria. Listen to the name. Sound like hysteria, which is a whole other thing. I don't know if y'all know the roots. Look up hysteria in the history of hysteria. That's a good one. But when you say hysteria, usually it's got something to do with what? The brain and the uterus, So just stay here. A genus of dinoflagellates, including one Pfisteria piscidias. Some of these Latin names is, it's funny for your tongue. Found in waters, especially along the middle and southern Atlantic coast of the United States, that produces a toxin which causes skin lesions in fish that feeds upon the lesions, sometimes causing large fish die-offs. Have y'all seen this, where the fish just come floating up, thousands and thousands of them just float dead with lesions on them? That may cause symptoms as skin lesions and memory loss in humans exposed to the toxins. Huh? What? Huh? What? Memory loss. Hysteria is caused by sewage or chemical spills, red or brown tides, infections, and other environmental changes. It causes memory loss. You may not remember who you are because of hysteria. Please do your own research. And don't just Google it and look at the top a couple of things in Google and see what AI said. You better go deep, because AI is choosing what it's going to tell you anyway. Because who programmed AI? They. Who you think programmed AI? You can ask it about God, and suddenly AI knows about God. Come on now. Some things it may be okay as a tool, but be very careful here. If you look at the bottom, I have 4 pictures of Fisteria. And what I was told, that all 4 of these pictures are Fisteria manifesting in different ways based on who is looking in the microscope. Do y'all know about this? You study microbiology, you might come across this, right? You mean this is the same thing? They said based on who. So you look in the microscope and you see, let's say, the first picture, and you walk away. And you might go have a burger and come back and look at the microscope. Look at the second one. Looks like a damn burger. It changed based on the mindset of the person looking at it. In fact, if you look at the last one, it looks like a person vaping. Looking down from the top, it looks like a person vaping or smoking something. The third one looks like a big 5-gallon bottle of water or one of them ships that we've seen in the sky. This is just 4 of the pictures. They say it changes constantly to elude those from looking at it. It changes based on consciousness. Just like how you walk in a room and there's a little bug in there, one of those little black roaches y'all don't like. It looks. How does it even know you're looking at it? Have you noticed that? Roaches know you're looking at them. They stop as soon as you walk in the room. They're looking at you, you're looking at them, they're looking at you, and then they shoot off. Because they got consciousness. You think that things don't have consciousness. Everything has consciousness. Excuse me. Everything is connected. I haven't been drinking it. I haven't even drank my tea today. See, y'all? You got me worked up. You got it. We're always blaming it on somebody else. Everything is connected. Everything has consciousness. How do you know if you've got Fisteria? Because it's in most of the fish, especially the fish that live near the shore. Did you know this? You got it too, so you can't. You forgot how sick you got last time when you did blah blah blah. We have short-term memory issues and some long-term memory issues, but we still know how to get up and go to work. This thing plays with your mindset. Now you got it playing with your mindset, so you can't remember certain things, but you can remember all the bad stuff that happened. You may forget some of the good things. So you're stressed out. If you're stressed out, your immune system is not working well. And if your immune system is not working well, it can't get rid of the parasite. Because your body has the ability to get rid of all these parasites. It really does. If it was online and working properly, if you were living in love and in harmony and eating food that was natural and knowing and living in a place and eating seeded fruits and living in a life where you're listening to the drums and the frequencies that take you into the theta state, knowing how to meditate, how to pray in a way where you're not asking and begging for things, where you're being grateful for things in advance. Stop begging and asking for things, but be grateful for that thing in advance. If you would stop hating on others and dividing yourself from others and looking at others and talking about them and having gossip about others and having this thing about you're separate, you're better, you're this, you're that, my religion, my belief, my politics, my this, my family, my children, my. What about we? Our consciousness has been rewired. Very good book on the subject. This is Your Brain on Parasites. Everybody should have this by now. I need to call the writer and let her know that I've sold a lot of these books. How Tiny Creatures Manipulate Our Behavior and Shape Society by Kathleen McAuliffe. I'm going to say it again. This is your brain on parasites. How tiny creatures manipulate our behavior and shape society. And there's one doctor y'all need to check out, Dr. Sapolsky. They mentioned him in the book. He's a microbiologist. He said they put toxoplasma in some of these shots. Well, he alluded to it. He didn't want to get fired, so you got to be careful. I don't have no job, so they can't fire me. And plus, I'm just a comedian and a musician, so it's all just fun. Don't believe anything he's saying because the guy's just a little crazy. Yeah, that's true. Don't take it serious. His name is Dr. Be Serious. That's true. Dr. Sapolsky. When he breaks this down about toxoplasma, just put Dr. Sapolsky. Don't worry, Google will fix it. Toxoplasma. He's got all kinds of YouTubes. He's on some pretty deep stuff, by the way. Let's keep going. We're almost done, y'all. It's almost done for the day. You can go and do your thing. Tapeworms invade your brain. You know about tapeworms? Look at this thing. Now, this looks like an alien. What is this? Is those eyes around there? What is this? Oh my God. A tapeworm. The most common form of brain tapeworm is the pork. Dun, 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 dun. The pork tapeworm. Tinea. Soul, and we got light. There's another light. Selenium. Is that selenium? No. Solium. Did this just say something about the soul again? Oh, come on, Dr. B. You're making analogies that aren't really there. They ain't going to call something soul if it ain't got something to do with light. Somebody said, maracas with eyes. Mm-hmm. Who's watching who? The intestinal infection transmitted by the adult tapeworm is a mild condition caused by eating undercooked pork. Once you consume them, they move throughout your body, your eyes, your tissue, and most commonly, your brain. They leave doctors puzzled in the wake as they migrate and settle to feed on the body they're invading. A classic parasite, but this one can get into our heads. It had moved from one side of the brain to the other. Very few things move in the brain, says Dr. about a British man who found to have a tapeworm moving inside his brain in 2013. This form of tapeworm had never been seen before in the United Kingdom. What? This can grow anywhere up to 33 feet. They got one that lives in elephants that can be up to 150 feet because that's the length of their digestive tract. But our digestive tract is about somewhere between 30 and 33 feet. So this could be locked in. It has these teeth. You can't see it at the top. The whole head is called a scolex. And it taps in and it bites at the base of your stomach. And all the food you eat goes into the tapeworm. It eats and then it poops out and pees out all the toxins, and that's what you eat. A lot of folks have tapeworms. It's big in America. You ever eat pork? You ever eat pork? Ever? I know you're a vegan now. Oh boy, you eat good now. You eat nothing but salads every day. Did you ever eat pork? How'd you get rid of this one? You think it's gone? One drop of pork has over, they say, 2 million trichinous worms. And that's a different parasite, the trichinous. You eating processed sugar? You better check to see if your processed sugar wasn't processed with pig's blood. Yes, pig's blood. Pig's blood and something else called bone black or bone char from the dead chickens, pigs, and cows. They make this material called bone char or bone black to process white sugar. I'm almost done, y'all. Y'all hold on. Somebody said, all right, Dr. B, what is the discount code for my cleanse? You can get 10% off of $99 or more until Sunday at midnight using the code SOLSTICE 2025. If you become a member of Elevation, right? If you become a member, you get 10% off of everything. And you get another 10% off if you use this code. Code is only good till midnight. Some folks become members, and there's other things in the membership deck that you're not going to get. In fact, we got a whole section of a whole group of videos about aliens. There's book suggestions. There's a lot of things, and there's a new membership coming very soon. So be ready. There's a gold one now, but soon there will be a platinum membership, and that one will be off the chain. And we're only looking for people who are ready to really invest. A lot of folks just want information for free, but they're not really ready to invest because we're so used to the internet giving us everything supposedly for free. A lot of the deep information you will not get on the internet. Who is filtering the internet? Who owns Google? Do you have any idea what's really going on here? Who is filtering and giving you the information you think you just got? Everything's on the internet for free. All right. You can go to YouTube College and all the rest of that. The deepest stuff you will not get. You will only get it one-on-one. Wise ones know. Don't trust the television. Don't trust the electronic media. You have to get certain things direct through an experience that you will not get on any internet. Like the experience that folks are going to have in Atlanta next Sunday. There's no way you're going to get this online. You can't get it. It's an analog thing. It's not digital. Analog has to do with the actual frequencies, the natural flow and the order of electromagnetism and, kinesthetic, auditory, visual experiences. Analog. All you're getting on the internet is visual. Who's giving it to you? Who's downloading? They live. All right, we're winding it up. Parasite symptoms: depression, negative thinking, schizophrenia, insomnia, confusion, sugar addiction, loss of motivation, loss of sense of self, chronic anger or fear syndrome, self-harm syndrome. That one is big, y'all. A lot of us do it. Anemia, hormonal imbalances, heart disease, high or low blood pressure, cancer, diabetes, low energy, menstrual problems, vaginal infections. They actually have penis infections too, which is all part of uriplasma, which is toxoplasma's cousin, y'all, which will have you having sex with folks you never should have been mating with. But you've lost your mind and you disconnect by connecting those you should be disconnected to. Did I say that right? Let me keep flowing. Take a breath, Dr. B. Take a breath. Take a breath. Take a breath. Sexual dysfunction, over and underweight, drooling while sleeping, itchy ears, nose, anus, and body, epilepsy, liver problems, loss of appetite, chronic hunger, unclear vision, grinding of the teeth, gas and bloating, chronic fatigue syndrome, pain in the joints, allergies, fatigue, chronic food and drug cravings, rash, pimples, things floating by the eyes. Some of y'all see them things. Look up at the sky. Look at a white wall. You see those little stringy little things? Watch them. You see, some of them are conscious. They're navigating, stopping, moving, talking. They meet together over here and have a little, time together. And yes, those are called floaters. I'd like to go back just a second to sexual dysfunction. Have you noticed how the mainstream is really pushing sexual dysfunction? This hypersexuality, especially in music and in videos? Have y'all noticed this? That's the talent now. How nasty you can be, how sexual you can be. Not about how good you can sing, rap, or dance. It's about how disgraceful you can be. This is what? This is normal? Who's promoting this? Who runs the record companies? Who is allowing this? They. This is between Wetiko, toxoplasma, uriplasma kicks in. Part of it is also malaria, because malaria is toxoplasma, uriplasma. That's their cousin. Because a lot of us have malaria at a very, I should say, mild state. It plays with your memory. You know, there's a whole new group of mosquitoes out that the mosquito stuff that used to kill, the mosquitoes don't kill. Have y'all noticed that? They got little stripes on them. Where'd they come from? They're real tiny. They don't even make no sounds. Silent. New mosquitoes, they've actually mutated, because if you put some poison on something or a species long enough, it may have children that may survive and mutate and be immune to the thing that you've been trying to use to kill them. That's what's going on with a lot of these diseases. That's why a lot of times when they give you an antibacterial, or they give you, something to try to kill, what you have, it don't work. Antibiotics, a lot of them don't work because they've been using it so long, and you've been eating antibiotics because you've been eating animals that are fully sprayed with antibiotics, or they give them antibiotics so they don't get sick. They don't want a cow to die. They want to give it to you, sell it to you. So they give them antibiotics constantly. They give them hormones to make them grow extra big and extra fast. So you're eating these poison hormones, these ones that are not part of your body. You're also eating antibiotics. So when you need an antibiotic, it might not work because you've been already eating it and taking it because you took an antibiotic that they gave you. And if it's antibiotic, it's anti-life. Now, there are times in an emergency when you need an antibiotic, okay? I'm not saying don't do an antibiotic. I'm saying that you got to be careful here, because the doctors will give you that quick. You come in with a headache, antibiotic. I had a fight with my girlfriend, antibiotic. Antibiotic, anti-life. You had a fight with your girlfriend, and you're going to tell me about it and sit here on the couch and we need an antibiotic. Kill you and your wife. That way the problem's over. We don't have it anymore. And if you have to take an antibiotic, keep in mind that it may kill all of your friendly bacteria or certain aspects of your microbiome, and you'll need to do a probiotic probably for a year or more. If you've taken an antibiotic, the probiotic that I really like is called VitaFlora 6060. VitaFlora 6060. Yeah. I'm just, saying things here today. If it fits, if the shoe fits, wear it. If it don't, throw it out. What we have is the elevated total body program. There is an elevated total body program, which is for most systemic parasites. The question is why does your parasite, what's special about it, Dr. B? It's because it deals with systemic parasites. Systemic parasites are parasites that live throughout the body. Almost every parasite cleanse I have ever seen only deals with the ones in the digestive tract. And that's good. It's important. I'm not saying don't do them. But this goes above and beyond that by dealing with the systemic parasites that live in all parts of the body, including the brain. We just mentioned 3 parasites that all invade the brain. Now, you can't have herbs that do this enter the brain, but we have to change the frequency of the brain. So the systemic parasite cleanse, the total body paracleanse program, deals with systemic parasites, but it cannot deal with toxoplasma and other superbugs. So we've had to add something to it. The elevated total body has a mushroom tonic, which has 11 medicinal mushrooms, which are designed by nature to look for DNA that's not yours. It changes the viscosity and the energy and electricity within your body. It changes the blood. That's what goes to the amygdala and deals with the parts of the brain that need nourishing. Your brain uses more oxygen and what we call natural sugars than any other part of your body. So if we know how to drop something into that solution that will end up in the brain, that's how we do it. You also need high doses of vitamin C, and most of your vitamin C is acidic. You need an alkaline forming type of vitamin C, and that's going to be, we get it from camu camu, which is like 1,000 times stronger than your regular vitamin C without the vitamin C, effects with your colon. Because if you take too much vitamin C, you'll be in the toilet. But it's very mild, but it's very powerful. And also the baobab tree, which is the tree of life, one of the trees of life. Okay. So this package is our best seller. It has been voted many times as probably the best. I don't think probably. They actually told me this. I didn't see it myself, as the best parasite cleanse on the market, because it deals with the blood, the liver, the kidneys, the spleen, even has something in it to help you sleep. It even has a tooth powder, because if you don't kill the parasites that live in your mouth, that's where they lay eggs a lot of times, in your mouth while you sleep. That's that taste in the morning. So we've got to actually catch it in the mouth too. So we've looked at all of this. There's a part of this that's just for the liver, the kidneys, and spleen. There's one program for women that deals with the women, and their women are very unique. They have they have a whole different makeup, and their biology is different. Their hormones are different. So this one comes with what we call sacred womb. The men get something called timeless man, which helps them balance the male system. Now, back in the days, the men used to call that herbal Viagra, because it said it brought them online so they could strike lightning several times. But it's really not meant for that, but if that's the effect that you're getting. And if you need that effect, right? If even with the cleanse and you feel like you'd like more, there's another product called Rise and Shine, which helps the lightning strike in your staff of life. So there is a program for women and there's a program for men. There's herbs that help your colon. It's not a strong colon cleanse. It's mild. We don't need a strong colon cleanse. We just need to get what we call the muscular movement to happen. There's muscles in the colon, and sometimes they're anesthetized. They're frozen. They're actually, paralyzed because of some of the foods that we've eaten, some of the toxins. So peristalsis is the movement of the colon. So this, what we call lax ease, is it's a gentle thing that excites the peristalsis so that your body does its own work. Instead of forcing the body and stripping the body and cleansing, it's gently getting your body to function correctly. There's something in here called tranquility. Tranquility helps you sleep, because we notice when people are cleansing deeply, they're agitated because the die off of the parasites, which you're dying, is dying off because you'll have a lot of gas. And that's ammonia gas from the dead bodies of the parasite. It's a gas off. So a lot of folks have a lot of gas. Well, the tranquility helps to vaporize or reduce that gas. It also helps you sleep really deep in a REM sleep, because when you're in REM sleep, which is rapid eye movement, that's when you're in dream time. That's when you're floating through the galaxy and you can change things. So it helps you sleep deeply so you can heal. If you're not sleeping deeply, your body cannot heal. You get 2 bottles of the Quantum Paracleanse. They are not the things that kill the parasites alone. A lot of people say, I just want to buy that. You can't, because it's a system. So there's 2 bottles. One you use for the first 2 weeks. When that one's done, you open the second one. Also, this is a step-staged program where you will take 1 dropper of the Paracleanse one day, 2 the next, 3 the third. And the book tells you exactly how to do it. And you've got to step up and sneak up on the parasites. Otherwise, they know you're coming. These are 2.5 billion year old intelligent creatures. We studied everything when we were putting this together. So you're going to step up slowly, at least with that 1 bottle. It tells you in the instructions, you see. So this is the elevated total body program. This one goes deep, deep, deep. And the total body is very good. It's very good, but it doesn't deal with the superbugs like toxoplasma and the bits of malaria and Pfiesteria. It can't. Because it's mushrooms that know how to, a specific group of mushrooms know how to search out and destroy DNA that's not yours. So this program is on sale right now. with the discount code SOLSTICE 2025. In fact, everything on the site is on sale until Sunday at midnight. You get 10% off. If you're a member, you can end up getting 20% off if you become a member with Elevation. So this is the Total Body. You see it has less bottles. It's very good. That's our original program. Oh, one other thing about the Elevated Total Body program. There are some things in it. I'm going to mention one here today that helps deal with spiritual parasites. There's 4 herbs in the Elevated Total Body program that have traditionally dealt with spiritual parasites. One of them is an African herb. It's called tetrapleura. No, let me say it again. Tetrapleura tetrapetiri. Yeah, tetrapetiri. Tetrapleura tetrapetiri. This is an amazing herb used as a cooking spice on the continent. It helps to break the spell. It's a spell breaker. They put it on incense. They put it in fire in the villages, and it helps to deal with spiritual parasites. It's an amazing herb. People saying drop the link. The link is elevationtime.com. And just search for the Total Body Paracleanse program. Okay. Yes, it's seniors. Now, children, we have to be careful because if they're under the age of 10 and their bodies are smaller, then people who have done this have cut the program in half. In other words, they cut the dosage in half. Elders do this. It is good for most people. I don't care even if you're a vegan, you got parasites. Even you tell me you don't, you got them. I haven't met a person that don't have parasites. You're never going to get rid of all of them. You'd like to keep the population as low as possible because they are stronger now than ever because they're being fueled by our activities and our emotions and all of that and what we're eating. Even some of this vegan food is toxic. Your body don't even recognize. What the hell is this? But the Elevated Total Body program deals with spiritual parasites. There are very special herbs, and there's also essential, what do we call them? It's time to be done. You know, flower essences. Flower essences work on your emotional body. They help reconnect you to the light and the energy that's coming from your stars. Yes, we all have stars we're connected to. That's a whole nother class. And it also essential oils are in this program. There's light. I'm going to do an experiment just before we end to show you how the light works. We put light into the herbal programs, into these elixirs. They're not herbal programs, they're elixirs. And we also use magnetic resonance and sound frequencies and crystal elixirs. These are not just herbs. You cannot deal with this type of life force, these levels of life force with just herbs. It doesn't work. You're going to kill some and get rid of the others, but cause the other ones to get stronger. So we've dealt with this program for many, many years now. It started in 1996, and this is a good time to catch them before they catch you, and they're catching us. So if you're coming on Sunday to our event next Sunday, and we'll actually have some programs there for those of you who want to pick up a program, we'll have some products there at the event in Atlanta next Sunday. Okay, it's going to be at a hotel. What is the name of the hotel? I think it's a Marriott or something. But anyway, when you get your ticket, all that information comes, or we'll email you like next week after we get all the tickets sold. And if some people say, well, what if we run out of tickets? Well, if we're forced to have an overflow, we may have to do another event. I don't know if we can do it afterwards or so. We'll see. If there's enough people, then we may open the door to do something like that. So if you find that your ticket was sold and you couldn't get it quick enough because you didn't move fast enough, then go ahead and email us and say you'd like to be on the wait list for another, you couldn't get in, you'd like to be on the wait list if there's going to be a second event. And we'll only do that if we have to. But right now, the place can hold, well, we can actually balance 75 people, 75 to 100 people at a time, but the place says it holds 75. Okay, good. So this is the total body program. I mean, the elevated total body program. It helps to deal with spiritual parasites also, and it deals with super bugs like toxoplasma and those other ones I mentioned. This is the total body. It's good for systemic parasites, but not super bugs, and it doesn't deal with the spiritual parasites, but it's really good. X Factor. X Factor helps to deal with those things that we don't even know that are in our system, especially if you took the jab or if you've been around people that took the jab, if you slept with somebody that took the jab, if you ate with somebody that took the jab, and even if you didn't take the jab, they made sure that that thing went all around the world. And most people have it even if they didn't take the jab. So for that, what people are doing is they're doing the elevated total body program and adding to it X Factor. And that, our highest choice is that we can disorganize these nanoparticles that are in our system by giving them so much electricity from the herbs that they malfunction. We can't guarantee it, but we found that this is, for a lot of folks, really working well. Okay. All right. Let's get it. That's an old thing from way back. So once again, I'm going to go back here. And if you're interested in the core experience, that's next Sunday in Atlanta. Some folks say, well, why didn't give us enough time so I could get a ticket? This all came about really, really quickly. And this had something that it kind of was in sync with something that Brother Rich is doing, because a lot of folks will be here in town on Saturday climbing Stone Mountain. And there's a couple other events all happening. So we said, well, okay, we were asked to host something. So we're going to do this Sunday afternoon. So those of you who are coming to climb the mountain, come and enjoy. If you're able to, go over to elevationtime.com right now and get a ticket. The tickets are going pretty fast. I don't know how many we've sold today, but you know how these things work. When folks start seeing this and hearing this, a lot of folks can feel what we're saying and are ready to reduce and let go of a lot of the stuff that we're holding in ourselves physically, emotionally, and mentally. My highest choice is that today, at this point, you have seen and heard something, or even if you just received it from being out in the sun, that can help you augment and change your life forever. This is the time to do it. This is the time to wake up. This is the time to let go. And we can all do it as one. What I'm doing right now is dropping a rhythm into the quantum field, a sound, a frequency that my highest choice is that we hear it. Otherwise, all of our brains are being deported. We're all being influenced, because this is the time when our greatest change comes. So those forces that have been working against us are attempting to do everything they can to stop us from evolving. Everybody's not going to make it. Everybody's not going to believe it. Not everybody can break free. Let them be. Stop trying to convince the unconvincible. Take care of yourself and your family. Stop pointing the finger. Remember the drum rhythm in your own mind. Remember the theta state in your mind. And when you come on Sunday, you will take something home that you'll be able to use for the rest of your life. I guarantee it. I haven't seen a person yet who shifted. When you do this cleanse, this elevated total body cleanse, your life will change, because you'll disengage from the matrix. You'll eat in a way where your body is actually able to absorb these special superfoods. And you'll find yourself not getting caught up in the gossip. You'll find yourself not getting caught up in the storm. For those of you who are coming on Sunday, I'll see you then. For those of you who are taking this information and using it, Thank you for being here. Thank you for allowing this experience. I know I said I was probably only going to go 2 hours. As you can see, I think we're at 4. I appreciate you. Love yourselves as much as I love you. I'd like to thank all of you for coming and the staff of Elevation for the work that they do to help create these presentations and the products. I'm grateful to our mothers and our fathers, our foremothers and our forefathers. We are overcoming all of this. We are the ones. Prove to yourself that you are the one, that you can break free. This is the time to rise. Don't think twice, because when you think twice, it's blasphemy. Don't think twice. I'm going to leave you with the words of Selah. This is from a project that we are recording right now. Also, Brother Selah and Dr. B bringing you this special message that has to do with you tapping into the God self. I'll see you again soon. And don't forget to get on our email list, join our membership. And also, we do have a new text program where if you go on the website, you can see where you can join our text list, where we're going to be texting people, information about what's going on. Sometimes it's last minute, and you'll receive those texts. Much love, much harmony to you all.
Yes, Great Mother, thou hast patiently protected my purpose. Difficult this path of perfection. Indeed, the dead shall not know this glory. Greater is he that is in me than he that is in the world. The desert of my soul has been drenched by the waters of life, liberated from labels, lacking no thing. This is the way of wisdom, the testament of tears, formed in the bowels of becoming, bringing forth the fruit of freedom. Bind not the beloved with busyness nor boredom. Rest is the reward of the Lord. Victory is assured to those that endure the depths of indecision. With perfect vision, pierce the veil of illusion, vanquish the villains of virtue, heal heaven's broken heart. Thou art imperishable, everlasting isness, nameless, blameless, purity personified. Be not tied to sensation, temptation, nor desire the temporal fires that burn your blessings. Shake till you wake, take your place amongst the luminous race, wrapped in royal radiance, transcending beginnings and endings, firmly rooted in the love above. Time is the enemy. Seconds are missed moments. Seconds are missed moments. Seconds are missed moments. We are inspired by shadows, moving by images, wildly wiggling our way through wonderland. Thou shalt not want. It is the perceived condition of lack that brings forth desire. Desire wants to fill its emptiness. Obviously, where's that emptiness? Where's that problem that takes your attention, consuming your moments? These are tricks of the brain trained to defend its temporariness. A jealous God demanding the allegiance of my members. It remembers what me forgot. It is and is not a nebulous nuisance needing more. Always. When one attempts to mature in consciousness through a fear-based perceptual lens, limiting beliefs in self will systematically sabotage the soul's ascension towards the freedom of knowing. Knowing demands surrender. Surrender befriends compassion. Compassion is the doorway to divine thought. Divine thought actualizes itself as pure potential. This omnipotent guiding force attempts to navigate its dualistic expression through socially enforced insecurities, creating antichrist archetypes that ultimately destroy the natural evolutionary process. Man does indeed possess the spark. It is unfortunately masked in the mystery that mesmerizes minds, confines men to mere mortality, a finite fallacy that feeds on fear. Fast from your past, fan the flames of fruition, finish your mission, listen to the babies, smell the daisies, birth yes from maybes, free yourself of yourself. Everything else is fake. Fear's an illusion, confusion is choosing when there's no choice. The voice heard first is Christ, so to think twice is blasphemy. For those with souls that see and hearts that hear, it's always now. Wow. Selah, February 2011.
I was just asked something before I logged off to remind you that this event that we're doing next Sunday is going to be a meet and greet afterwards too. There'll be a bunch of VIPs there, so we can meet, greet. You can meet your new family and become one. So that's a beautiful time for us to talk and become friends and connect with the sounds of the drums again.